Hello everyone, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. I am here tonight with a very special game set in a very special setting. We are going to be playing a Harbinger one thought this evening. Welcome everyone to the Erasmus Expeditions. We're going to be playing a Chrome City one-shot. This is kind of neo-noir, cyberpunk type setting. My music is really loud. Give me just a second, because that's really throwing me off. That's not the reason for the lisp. That's just me. But yes, tonight's game is called Open Lies the Gate. This is a continuation, sequel, in spirit at the very least, for a game that I ran this past summer at AtConline 2020. Although I think only 2 of the original players from that game are still playing in this game. Yes, that's right. Wearing the shirt, just as my colleague Chad is. I'm very excited. This is a setting that I love. I adore Chrome City. I love running games in Chrome City. It's never, ever a disappointment. And I'm really excited for what I have in store this evening. And I know that the players are going to bring some fun stuff to bat around. So, first of all, Harbinger is by Absolute Tabletop, if you don't know that already. If you end up liking what you're seeing as far as the mechanics and stuff go, definitely go to their website, sign up for the playtest. I believe that it's supposed to kickstart some point later this year, was the initial plan. I don't know if that's still happening or not. We'll see. If bad language and mature subject matter is something that bothers you, then do not watch this game. I would highly recommend that you do not. I'm going to pass things over to my players that they can say their introductions, plug anything that they would like. Anybody who mentions a channel, you should be able to find that in the links down below. Do go check them out. We're going to pass things around the horn, and then we will get things started. So I'm going to start over here with DJ.
Yes, excuse me. My name is DJ Hester. I have the channel The Griffin's Nest, and been looking for a good excuse to play some Harbinger, and this opportunity came up, and I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, DJ. Glad to have you back, man. You played in the Disney Carpocalypse game that I ran, the Unhappily Ever After, which was a lot of fun. And I had a great time having you as a player, so I'm glad that you're back on the channel, man. Glad that we can run some Harbinger for you. Hopefully, like I said, scratch that itch. Next, we have Chad.
My name is Chad, the other Chad in some circles. If for some reason you have come here without knowing Jeremy's channel, definitely check it out. If for some reason you don't know AbTab, Absolute Tabletop, Facebook on group on Facebook, obviously, definitely come and check that out. You can get in some awesome games like this, or maybe even run your own. It's awesome systems like Harbinger. This is a great setting for 5e D&D. I've luckily been able to play test since at least the first or second version of it. So it's awesome to see that it's going to be kickstarted and get into a full-time product here going on. That'll be awesome. Can't wait to support that. And thank you, Jeremy, as always, for having me. And looking forward to this and returning, but playing a different character, maybe.
All good. 207 is vast. Its reach is long. Absolutely. Glad to have you back as always, Chad. It's always a pleasure to have you on the channel, my friend. All right, next up we have my brother-in-law, Carrie. Maybe.
Awesome.
There we go.
Hey, everybody. My name is Carrie. I am, as Jeremy said, his brother-in-law. So, long time kind of third edition player. Using many years. So edition. I probably play twice a year, but trying to play a little bit more often. So thanks for the invite, Jeremy.
Absolutely, man. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Yeah, you may want to kill your audio or your video, because it seems like it is causing a hiccup with your audio. But Next, but I'm glad that you're here. I am glad that you're here. I think this is going to be the first time for you playing Harbinger, which is really exciting. So I'm excited to see what you do. Next up, we have Austin.
Hi, I'm Austin. I was not in the original game. I've actually never played in a Chrome City game before. I actually honestly know very little about it. I played in a couple Harbinger games, but I'm always excited to play in Harbinger, and I'm always excited to play when Jeremy's running. So I'm excited to get into some trouble into some cyberpunk trouble.
That's exciting. That's very exciting, dude. Yeah, Chrome City, like I said, it has a very near and dear place to my
Also,
heart.
with a bunch of people, I don't played with any of you gentlemen before, so I am very excited to play with all of you.
Excellent.
It's always fun to meet new
Nice to
people.
meet you.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, Cyberpunk, as a child of the 80s, Cyberpunk just kind of like screams at me and refuses to be ignored. So I'm very happy that I get to run games in a setting that leans very heavily into that aesthetic. So yeah, I'm excited to be able to show it to you, Austin. Hopefully you enjoy it. All right. Last but certainly not least, we have Kevin.
Well, hello everyone. Hopefully there's no technical difficulties on my end. Thanks, Jeremy, for having me back on Chrome's game. I've played one or two Harbinger games, but it's always exciting to be back. Definitely follow what Chad said about follow the absolute tabletop group. It brought most of us together, if all of us. And check out Jeremy's game, not just the Harbinger stuff that he runs, but his own settings that he does also. Whispers fragments, that as one of them. And thanks for having me on, gentlemen. I'm looking forward to revising my role as Doc Murdoch.
Excellent, Kevin. I'm glad to have you back, man. The time zones are a bitch. We don't get to play with each other very often. So I'm glad that you were able to make this work. So unless anybody has any further questions, I think... oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to 1:30 in the morning over here. So, but it's well worth it.
Good. So, yeah, unless anybody has any other questions, I think we are good to go. Oh. All right. Let's play some Harbinger. The group responsible for the tragedy that befell our great city last Liberation Day are still at large. This underground resistance, known as the 207, has plagued Chrome City with increasingly frequent and desperate attacks. The police ask that if you see any suspicious...
You are being monitored and controlled every day of your life. Every aspect is measured and filed away in the databanks of Sept Aldemont for use later in their dark schemes and political advancements. We are not your enemy. We are the 207, named for those who died during the explosion of the first Liberation Day. We will not forget the debt that has yet to be repaid. Sept Aldemont has grown too rich on the blood money that they squeeze out of this moon, out of all of us. Now is the time for change.
Positioned around Chrome City, orbital defense cannons watch every void ship that lands here on the moon of Cadian. Unauthorized vessels are shot down if they refuse to comply with procedures. A resistance needs allies. Our off-world friends need a safe place to land their void ships. You are out to take down the orbital defense cannon in Sector 37. If possible, you are also to retrieve the cannon's power core and its focusing mirror array. You are now making your way down a very narrow trench towards a back door into the facility that houses this sector's ODC. Who is it that we see?
What's the location? What does it look like?
It's a very narrow trench. It's all kind of lit with magenta, and the traffic above you passes by without any real knowledge that you're even there. It looks like it has drains kind of all along the side, and there's a lot of pipes and conduits that run on the sides and the bottom of this trench. You are approaching the back door of this facility.
In the distance, you kind of hear a low humming, and then out of one of the several concrete tunnels shoots Hector, and he's riding his long hoverboard. And if one were not attentive, they almost would miss him. He would be coming so quickly from one tunnel to the next, almost knowing his way through these areas. And a light from the street post actually catches his back right foot, and you would notice that his entire right leg is made of metal. I'll come to a stop near one of the tunnels and almost put my back to the wall and in the main trench and kind of wait for my party.
Slowly and fairly cautiously approaching. Gio's a fairly small man, but he's got a carbine in one hand, and he's got his pistol in the other, and this robotic multi-jointed arm that comes out from his lower back is reached around him, and he's checking the the pulsar packs, the cartridges on each of his weapons as he continues to move forward to meet up with the rest of his companions.
There's a bulkier man out in front. Depending on the weather, he might be hooded. He's definitely broad and tall, taller and broader than most. And he's not so much skulking, but he's definitely like up against the wall. And he's kind of just playing with some Astra on his fingertips, just kind of letting the limelight kind of just flicker about, but definitely not trying to let it. He's kind of playing with it underneath one hand so it wouldn't really give off the light, but that he can still kind of just feel it as he's walking. And he has a white mohawk, and he has glasses that he can put on in the event that it gets too dark.
Kind of slinking up through the tunnels, it is another fairly large humanoid, completely hairless and tattooed all over, with what looks to be kind of like almost looks like a Kevlar looking vest on, and in like a back holster is a carbine, and he walks around kind of like you would with like a hand on a pistol, but with his hand behind his back, ready to draw the carbine whenever it's needed.
Following up the rear right, no surprises, Doc Murdoch, been dragged along to one of these silly 207 missions again. He has to keep these boys alive. He gave up the soldiering life, the combat medic life long ago. He thought he'd retire in some sleazy back alley surgery that he's been running. But he got sick and tired of patching these boys up after the fact. That he's decided to now get involved and tag along on their actual missions. I guess it's a good cause when you think about it at the end of the day. But keeping up with these young guns, is a pain. Such a pain. Doc would be in his trench coat trying to keep up at the back, breathing heavily at times, wheezing, even trying to stifle his coughs, not to be too loud. Seems to be got worse since that last trip on the train. But, oh well. Let's see what we can do. Get on with it, boys. Come on.
The five of you have gathered together here, just a few short meters down from where you know the back door to this place is supposed to be located. You've sat still for a little while, kind of watching the comings and goings. There's not many, especially not down here in this trench. There might be the occasional vagrant or junkie, but it's easy enough to scare them off. But you notice, looking forward, that you see the back door itself. You know, it's got the emblazoned symbol of the city's Sept kind of on the front door. And it's lit, but just barely, just enough to kind of be found if you knew what you were looking for. You can see that there is, in fact, a defensive turret opposite the door that is slowly pivoting back and forth, likely scanning for intruders. How would you like to proceed?
Jeremy, I'm going to throw my longboard or my long hoverboard down, and I'm gonna activate my grab harness, and it's gonna stick me to my board, and then I'm going to accelerate. Is there a building next to us or anything like that?
Just the walls of this canyon that kind of run on either side of you. One of which is where the door to this facility seems to be.
One of the doors into the facility is up on top of one of the walls of the canyon?
No, it is one of the walls of the canyon. It's built into the side of it. It looks like the facility is mostly underground.
Okay. I'm gonna try to. You know what? What do we do?
Gio
Sorry.
No, go for it.
No, go on. I was just going to ask Jeremy a question. This turret, you said, whereabouts is it situated in relation to the door?
It's directly opposite the door. It's very, very obvious that it's meant to guard this door. And I would say between them, there's probably 25 feet, give or take.
And how high off the ground and how far away are we from it?
You guys are probably within 50 yards, give or take. Kind of ducked into like an offshoot, like a T-junction into this trench. And you guys are in the trench with this gun, so it's chest level to you guys.
Sorry, guys. One last question, Jeremy. So I can use a hard light wall. I can create a particle wall. Would I be able, and this is all on you, Jeremy, if I can, would I be able to create an image on this wall using some boosted Astra to project this? Basically, whatever is behind the wall is projected onto the wall for a short amount of time to kind of provide a full screen that this camera can look at, so we can then sneak behind it, get through the door. So I basically want to use the particle wall as like a blank screen. Now, I'll be asking a lot, but I thought I'd ask the question.
Okay, so do me a favor. Let's roll a probably an Arcana, I guess is what Astra. I think it's called Astra. So let's get an Astra roll.
Yeah.
And we'll see if you're able to bend it to your will this much.
I got a 7, unfortunately.
Okay, you kind of bring up this particle wall, and you can tell that you're doing a decent job of replicating kind of the pattern of what's behind it, but it still has that telltale lime green shade to it of the Astra itself. You just can't quite get the color to look quite natural.
Yeah. Can I tell that it might not work? Or is it a case of I think it might work, I'm not quite sure?
You're fairly certain that if this has even moderate level like scanning technology, that it's probably going to see through this.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Is it at all? So the arc mesh drone can try to like open a lock or disarm a trap. It can't really do more than that, right? Like it can't do like it couldn't try to like disarm this turret.
It's possible. This turret is part of a trap, essentially.
Okay, then yeah, yeah. So Gio will walk out and he'll reach into this this sort of case bag he has that slung from his shoulder. He'll like reach around. You hear like a little bit of clinking for a moment, and he'll pull out like 3 little pieces, and he'll kind of like hold them together for a second. Pull out his little tool, start welding. You see just these little like sparks flying off as he pulls these pieces together, and then pulls a little vial out of his pocket, shoves it into an open slot that he's created in this thing, and the vial seems to glow with a bit of a neon light, and he'll set this this arc mesh drone that he's just created afresh, and he'll pops it up into the air, and it kind of buzzes for a moment, and he'll perceive through it as he'll drop his night visor and see through the little camera implanted in the thing, and I want to try to pilot it up and above the turret, try to come in at an angle that it's not where its scanner's not pointing.
All right, so give me a. We'll do this as your stealth, but you can have advantage on this since it's a tiny device.
Well, the good news is I have expertise in stealth, and I rolled an 18. And
Sounds
my
like a
dex
great
is
start.
33. What I actually did not mark down. What's our proficiency bonus?
3.
Yeah, I
So
think
you
it is a
double
3.
it with expertise.
So
Yeah, so plus
9,
6.
so 27.
Okay. Yeah, you could park it on top of this turret if you wanted to. Maybe even like right on top of its sensor.
Perfect. I'm gonna try to just pilot it right behind the sensor so that it can try to. If it can't, then we don't need to disarm the whole thing. If we can just disarm, the thing that tells it where to shoot and to shoot.
Okay. So, what do we roll for that? I guess it would be a tech roll. And yeah, I think it would just be a normal tech roll. Unless there's any kind of
Okay,
like
well, I got a 20 on
class.
the die on that one.
Oh. Okay. Tell me how you...
And I have expertise in tech as well.
Okay, then. So, apparently, Geo was the right guy for the job.
For this one particular trap, at least, my dice got all the good rolls out of the way. So this tiny pink beam shoots out from a little undercarriage piece of this flying drone, and it severs just one wire. It does like a quick analysis of all the little pieces, and it just does the lightest cut that is required to disable the sensor, but cuts it off.
You guys can all watch as you see the sensor, knowing what you're looking for. You can kind of see a slight change in the surface, like the opacity of the surface of this little scanning device. It's real subtle, but even in the dark, you're able to notice the difference. As it seems like Geo's drone has disabled this turret. So what's next?
I begin to shake my head and pat him on the shoulder, and I say, "I still cannot get used to how quickly you can do such things."
It's years of practice.
And he gives kind of a half smile, but is clearly insincere.
Gideon wastes no time and starts trying to get past where the turret was.
All right.
Yes, well, let's get moving.
Okay. So
Throw my board down and ride up to the doors and begin searching for a way to open them.
Yep. Excellent. Okay. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to enter into a skill challenge. The security on this door is pretty tough, I will let you know. And I am looking for 3 successes. So, who's doing what first?
Are these tech checks?
It depends. It depends on how your character is approaching the situation, but tech would certainly make sense.
That's what Hector would begin searching for. He would see if there's any kind of technology that he recognizes as far as the security panel, and not necessarily the software, but maybe more the hardware of the device itself.
Absolutely. Okay, so go ahead and give me that tech roll. Let me know what you got.
A critical 1.
Ooh. Okay. So you find a panel easily right beside the door. It's right there. You would have figured that they would have hidden it so much better than that. Pop it open and you get to work. Very, very quickly, Hector, you start realizing, hey, wait a second, something's not quite right here. And you realize that this was basically a dummy panel. It was meant as a decoy. And you realize that just about the time that you slice through something. And all of you immediately feel the ground underneath your feet like rumble and shake. And you know those vents on the sides of the wall? Those little circular vents that seem to line this trench? Water begins rapidly pouring out of those, and the trench begins to fill with water. Not just any water, mind you. This is Chrome City runoff water. This is dark, nasty, and it's fast moving. So, at the start of everyone's turn going forward, I'm going to need athletics checks before you do anything else. Okay? So, we're going to go ahead and move into initiative order. I did not get an initiative from you, Hector. Did you make a roll? We kind of front-loaded them
15.
before we went live. 15. Excellent. All right. So, the first to act is going to be Blaze. Blaze, the water is already at your ankles and is very quickly starting to rise. You think you saw a skull that just floated past in the water. What would you like to do?
Do you want me to make that athletic check first?
Please do.
Or do you want me to?
Yes. We'll find out what happens.
22.
Excellent. All right. So you absolutely power through this stuff trying to wash you downstream effectively, and you can take your turn normally.
Blaze doesn't talk very much. He's more grunts and man a few words, and he just starts heading towards the door, and he's planning on just getting through this door. There's like, don't mess with all the wires and all the things. Just door needs to go out of the way. So should I make another athletics or?
Yeah, I think so. You're just going to try to pry it or bust it down kind of thing?
That one was not as good. That was a 12.
12 total is another fail. So the water begins to pour out faster now. Somewhere down this trench, you hear a and looking down the long run of this channel, you watch as these magenta running lights that kind of fill this tunnel are starting to black out towards the end of this tunnel. All right. Hector, you're up again.
Oh yeah, I'm standing next to the door, and throw my hoverboard down, and I notice that already my hoverboard is like above the ground line, and it's hovering above the a couple of inches of water, and I tell Blaze, all right, hop on. I don't understand this moon technology, but I kind of look over his shoulder down the tunnel, and I see the lights blacking out, and I say, come on, get on. I put my hand out.
Okay, Blaze, do you take the offered hand?
I think at first I'm sort of, I've at this point I've probably just bounced off the door,
Yeah.
and so as I hear the offer, I kind of turn and look at the hoverboard and a little bit apprehension at first, and so but I do decide to take the offer.
We take off, Jeremy. I'll double my movement away from the water that's coming down the tunnel.
Okay. So yeah, you and Blaze take off further down the tunnel, putting some distance between the door and you. Who's next? Oh, never mind. I'll let you know who's next based on initiative. How about we do that? Geo, you're next.
So, madly scrambling to try to get out of this water or avoid this water. Geo has I rolled a 5. I got a 5 and I got no athletics boost. So, what happens?
So yeah, your feet are like swept out from underneath you, Geo, and you are carried downstream, if you will. Not far behind Hector and Blaze on this hoverboard, but you are in the gross of it.
Yeah, he's sputtering and spitting. No actions, I'm assuming, that turn.
Yes. Okay. Gideon, your turn.
Oh man, I guess so. We have what, two failures?
Yep, so far. But before you do anything, I need an athletics roll, please.
Oh, athletics. All right, I'm good. Oh, that's a bad roll, bro. Plus, I only got an 11.
Okay, so unfortunately the water is moving too fast and you also are swept off of your feet and begin to tumble and slam your way down as this runoff carries you downstream. Okay, Doc, you're up.
Okay, so seeing the rest of the group starting to tumble past me in the water as it churns, I think that if Doc's the only one standing by this door, there's no point in Doc trying to go through the door. So he's just going to be like, well, and he's going to, I guess, purposely fail his athletics check if he can instead ride the water a little bit easier and have a more steady run with the water, if that's possible.
Sure.
Maybe not exactly swimming, but kind of just going with the flow, using his arms instead to keep himself balanced, keep his head above water a little bit more, and purposely go with it and follow the rest of the group.
Body surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, I'll say on your next athletics roll, you can have advantage.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, so all of you are kind of moving downstream, whether by choice or not. Those of you who are in this runoff, you realize that just like the rain that falls in Chrome City, this runoff is filled with all kinds of things that it should not be. You're going to take 10 points of acid damage from being exposed to this disgusting liquid All right. So, leaving the door well behind you very quickly, you're kind of left with the question of, what do you do next? This was the mission you were given by the 207. Do you go back to them with your hat in hand and tell them that you have failed? You know that there are ships that are going to be landing soon. You have a mark that you're supposed to hit to get this thing offline. And if you don't, all of those resistance fighters are going to go down in flames as they try to enter the atmosphere. So, my question is, what happens next? Blaze, it's your turn first.
As Blaze is sort of trying to stay balanced on this hoverboard, he decides he looks around at is there anything that he could shoot at? Because that's what he's good at. Is there anything that seems like it would be useful to shoot at?
Useful to shoot at. Okay, do this. Give me a perception roll at advantage. We'll see how useful.
A 9.
Okay, so you spot something that you could certainly shoot, and you think it would be useful. It's a fuel canister that's in line with one of these pipes, and given the size that this facility is supposed to be, if that door is located where it was, this is likely still a part of that same facility. You're pretty sure that it would blow a hole large enough through that wall that you could get in. But if you shoot it, it's also likely to catch you and many of your compatriots in its explosion.
I've got an idea. I kind of spin the longboard around if I can and activate my shield and tell him let the party pass, and we'll squat behind the shield and kind of try to create like a makeshift boulder from the blast. And I have an ability called Ultra Shield.
What does Ultra Shield do?
Or Astra Shield, excuse me.
Astra Shield.
Or here, why don't we do this? One of my spheroid can create a shield. And it says once per round, when the creature is hit by an attack, they can use their reaction to increase their AC by a number equal to your intelligence modifier at the start of the next turn. But let me look up what an Ultra Shield is, or an Astra Shield. Takes 32.
So Blaze, while Hector is suggesting this, are you gonna hold your shot until Hector can whip up whatever Astra magic he can? What's your plan here?
I as much as I do, like to shoot things, I don't want to hurt anyone that's supposed to be helping me. So I think that I definitely would notice that this could be a large explosion. So I think that when he suggests, possibly waiting and getting a little bit of a barrier wall up, I think that I would try to kind of hold my shot and wait for everyone to get out of the way.
And it says here, Astra Shield is my art tool upgrade. I can use one Astra Fade, and it increases my AC, and it comes from my art tool itself, which is my hoverboard, Jeremy. And I had planned on it being like a literal shield that I can produce on either side of my board. And so I'll actually grab Blaze and kind of throw my weight to one side so that we make a sharp 180, and we'll kind of come to a sliding halt, and then I'll activate the shield and I'll crouch down and say, as soon as everyone passes, blow it. And the shield's probably like 5 foot tall.
Okay, so it normally gives you a what to your armor class?
And a +2.
+2. Okay. What did you have, DJ?
I also have a shield projector module on my armor that gives me a +2 to my armor class. So it takes an action to activate, but that could, in terms of keeping us safe, if he's got his +2 and I could get my +2 with the shield projector and then get everybody else out of the way.
Yeah, excellent. Okay,
Do
so
you think I'd
Shield.
be able to activate that and then hold my action?
yes, I think so.
shoot?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
All right. So Hector and Blaze cook up this kind of very impromptu plan, and Hector swings his board around, activates the shield on the side of it. This kind of green Astra, again, kind of, I would imagine, kind of this lime color. This shines against the magenta of this trench as the shield activates. And then Blaze, you also activate the shield, bolstering capabilities of your armor. Both of you hunker down as best as you can, kind of behind this particle shield that Hector has summoned. And you wait until Gideon and Doc and Geo come like bobbing by on this runoff as it's sweeping past you and threatening to possibly take over the hoverboard. Just as they pass, when the shield is kind of between them and this canister, Blaze, you shoot. All of you, please make a dexterity saving throw. Gideon, Geo, Doc. The three of you can have advantage in addition to the +2 that all of you are going to get from the activated shields.
Could I activate a shield too?
I've got a 26.
Yes.
Hector rolled I rolled a 19 +7.
Excellent.
Okay. My dex save was an 11, but my shot was a 24.
You had no problems hitting it whatsoever, but you hung out there a little wide in order to get a good clean shot on it. All right, Geo got an 18, Gideon got a 22.
I have the same spectral armor spell that he does, and I also have a really cool thing called Mashahiro's Refuge.
Yes.
So I could do either one of those if anyone needs it. So if anyone needs any extra protection, I can do both of those.
Okay. Did we get Doc's saving throw?
I got a 9, Jeremy. I'm not rolling very well at all tonight, so took my time.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
use the refuge if I can.
Okay. What is it?
Seems like a good time.
What's that do?
A 10-foot radius immobile sphere of green or lime Astra materializes around me and remains stationary. 6 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit in it, so I can protect all of us. And creatures and objects within the sphere can move freely, but all other creatures and objects are barred from passing through it. Spells and other magical effects can't extend through the sphere or be cast through it.
Okay,
And it's
cool.
also breathable air for the duration.
Excellent. Okay. So you, Gideon, tumbling around, having a difficult time finding which way is right, as you're kind of rolled around by this runoff. You spot Doc just ahead of you, and you manage to kind of move your way over enough to Doc that the two of you, at the very least, are going to be covered as you see this explosion start to rip through this trench, and you summon this lime green hamster ball, if you will, kind of right in the middle of this water, and it kind of bobs with you up and down just a little as you continue to flow down. That's going to protect Gideon and Doc from this explosion, but with it being such tight quarters, that's the only way, the only person you were able to get to. You're still under your astrofade limit, so that's all good. Okay, so this tank ruptures, and okay, and all of you manage to avoid the worst of it. Gideon and Doc, both of you will take none of this, as you were completely shielded from this explosion, but the rest of you would have taken 10 points of fire damage from this explosion. Those of you who saved, which is everybody, will take half of that, as you are really just kind of singed a little bit just from the sheer heat, but none of the shrapnel of the actual metal canister itself or the fire itself manages to touch any of you. But Blaze,
Sorry,
your hunch was right.
Again?
It would have been 5 total because you saved. Blaze, you can see that your plan, your idea was correct. That there is now this massive gaping hole in the side of this trench. You can see the ends of these pipes filled with wires just kind of splayed open, and there's just sparks flying out of the ends of them and smoke as the water is also pouring in through that hole in the side of this building and into the room on the other side. You now have access to the facility. What's next?
I think looking inside, once the group is gathered together again, Doc would look at the state that we're all in, and Doc would get his improvised arc tool, which he used as a medical tool instead. And he's just going to go around patching people. So yeah, he's going to revitalize them as you see him inject and spray this electric blue Astra on wounds and on or inject them to rapidly heal and encourage the natural healing process of the body. So I'm going to do that for everyone. So let me just make some rolls. So Gideon can heal back 12 if he needs it. Geo is going to get 8 back. Blaze is going to get 9 back, and then is it Hector, the final one? He's going to get 7 back.
Thank you, sir.
Increase my astrofade by 4.
What is your limit, Doc?
It is 4, so I'm
Okay.
now at my astrofade. But what I'm going to do is I have the feature where I can expel my astrofade.
Okay, excellent. Uh-oh, did he lock up?
So
there it goes.
I'm lower my astrofade to. I'm going to lower my astrofade by 4 and take 4d6 damage.
Ooh.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm almost rolling better on d6s than I am on the d20 tonight. It's painful to see. So that is 10. That's 18 damage I take. So like I basically use this inhaler, which kind of numbs my pain receptors, but it makes me throw up this vibrant turquoise solution as I'm expelling it, and I do this 4 times, and I feel like hell as it like hurts my insides. But then I'm just gonna spend some time to, heal myself, inject myself with some revitalizing Astra. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that while the group decide on what they're doing next and get ready to move ahead, skate the corridors, while Doc's on his knees with the worst hangover ever.
Yeah, and where the water is almost to the point of actually kind of cresting this hole that's been blown through. Every time an insurgence of water comes through, it lops over the side of this broken wall and spills more water into the side of this building and into this room that you're now standing in. The water in here is probably shin deep, and it just doesn't have any place to go in this particular room. This room seems to be shut off well enough that it's just not gonna drain from here very quickly. So you realize that you are inside this facility, this place where this orbital defense cannon is operated from, and you know that you're going to have to push your way in deeper in order to get to where the power core and the mirror array exist. So what I'd like is, as we work our way deeper and deeper into this facility, each of you please roll me a d4 and describe a moment where you are going to meet resistance from low-level security and how you manage to dispatch that many guards and bypass this hurdle.
Well, I rolled low, so I'll go first. As we're moving through the facility, or attempting to, we realize that the first door that we need to open, there's a guard right on the other side of it. We can tell just from back underneath, particularly well sealed, but it might be a little elevated. That's why the water's not draining. Gotta stick with that in-universe lore. But anyway, we do is Geo will start to tap on the door, but very softly, just enough that it gets the guy to kind of, as soon as he can tell that the guy is backed up just a step from the door, he jams it open, and just before anything can happen, there's a short blade. His Omni arm has a short blade that just goes right up under the guy's chin, slides it out, and he just like pushes him aside. He's like, "All right, let's keep moving."
Hector, he will pull out his carbine and continue to ride on the water itself. And he'll shoot 2 guards as they're coming in, and then he'll actually jump off and pull his hoverboard up and dispatch 2 others by hitting them in the face with it.
As we've sort of gone through a couple of corridors, we sort of bust into a hallway, and there it's like a T where it like there's a hallway going both directions from the door, and as we turn the corner to the left, there are 2 guards down on one end, and Blaze has his carbine out, and he almost, it looks like kind of like the Terminator where he shoots it and then he like spins it around and shoots the other one. And after he gets both shots off, he can hear the footsteps behind him of 2 more guards running up behind him. And he spins around, and attached to his carbine is an axe bayonet. And he turns around and just cuts both of these guys' head off just in one swing, and clears the hallway.
I think Doc has, he tends to, well, he's been trailing the group, letting the rest of them do all the heavy lifting and such. He's still trying to recover, catch his breath, literally, and almost put his insides back in after the horrendous ordeal he's just put himself through, healing everyone. And he probably is waiting at a door behind the rest of the group, and all of a sudden this door opens, and it's one of them like double takes where he's just leaning against the wall, just letting everyone do their thing, and he just looks as this guard kind of comes out of this door, and he looks away, and they both do that double take thing, and you know, he's been carrying this long barrel scatter gun with a bayonet on the end, and he just like half sword in a long sword, just like and just jumps at him and kind of skewers him to the wall almost, and then he puts his hand up over his mouth to try and stifle any scream this guy might have said. The only reason that he got the first hit on this guy was because he was carrying his gun, whereas the other guy wasn't. More luck than anything else, but hey, it's got Doc this far, unfortunately for him. But yeah, still following along, being a little bit more careful of what's behind him there.
So just leave me. I would probably grab 2 guys and smack them together unconscious.
Excellent. You move your way deeper and deeper into this complex, bypassing these lower trained security officers with relative ease. It doesn't expend much of anything from your considerable bag of tricks, if you want. And all the while, you're moving through room after corridor after corridor after room in this place. Just probably amazed at the sheer size of this complex, knowing that this is only one of these orbital defense cannons. And Finally, you reach the place of the building that is known as the operations area. And kind of from where you are, your vantage point, able to kind of look into this space, you can see that there are a handful of technicians that seem to be working at these enormous consoles, controlling every aspect of this cannon. Beyond them, through a large pane window, a large plate window, you can see the collection of orichalcum mirrors that forms the focusing array. Orichalcum is an incredibly rare metal, one of the only things that can protect against Astra, that Astra cannot penetrate through. There are more mirrors here than guards you have killed to get to this point. Some of them are easily the size of a CCPD cruiser. This is serious money, if you can get it out of here. Situated below that mirror array, you can see that there is a housing that you can't really see into, but you can clearly make out on the side of this chamber, this box, if you will. It is written power core. And you can see that this power core, this housing, is radiating magenta Astra. So as these technicians move around, touching different aspects of different screens, making their hands slide across some, twisting these displays that are rapidly changing beneath their every touch, and they don't seem to have noticed that you're looking down on them. What would you like to do?
All three of Geo's hands are immediately furiously going to work as quietly as he can, pulling objects out. And you can see that like the Omni arm, he's holding a little pieces, and the Omni arm holding up these pieces, and he's kind of comparing them. And then he shakes his head, goes back in, pulls out another one. He'll kind of attach it. He's got this little box with sort of a stick out of it that's his arc tool, and he starts to kind of weld them together. And he'll create another one of these drones. This one he'll be launching, waiting for his companions, but he'll whisper, like,
it can deliver quite a bit of explosive capacity.
And he loads the Astra cartridge.
There's a number of them down there.
And they'll like launch the drone, waiting for anyone to either say yes or no.
As you insinuate explosive, Blaze kind of perks up a little bit, and you see he takes his hand and kind of turns it, and as he turns it, a ball of magenta Astra forms in his hand, and he looks like, can I throw it? Like, are we doing this? He's prepping an Astra bomb to fling at one of these guys.
Your Astra bomb to the drone and try to like increase its output, because the drone as is I can use to I can make it explode, and it's a number of d6s equal to half my proficiency bonus, so 1d6.
That's the same as mine with a dex save. 1d6. If it's a remote detonation, it's a d6. If I throw it, it's a d8.
Oh, All right. Well, then maybe we should just do them separately because that sounds okay. Let's try to coordinate our timing at least.
Okay, so that's what
Yeah, so
Geo
I'll start,
and Blaze are up to. Any of the rest of you? You guys just gonna hang and let this first assault go off before you do anything, or?
Yeah.
Well-
I'm gonna take one of the explosive cartridges and load it into my carbine, and wait for them to coordinate these explosions and kind of ready my action.
Well, I guess if you're, I mean, you guys are the military tacticians, I guess. We'll just point our guns and shoot them when these things go off. Hopefully, they'll be distracted enough that we can get the jump on them, I guess. Just, Geo, not going to damage the equipment, are you? We need to find out where the power core is and if we can get it out. So you smart ones are here to do, right?
I expect that the damage from this should be purely to organic flesh. I don't.
Well, look at those. And he kind of points to the mirrors.
I'm not damaging those with anything that I've got here.
Well, who do you want me to aim at? Right, you're the military-looking type. Well,
Who are
I
you?
guess I'll aim at the nearest one.
That's fair. All right, and Gideon.
So they're preparing this bomb, right? And then the waves down below us, the attacking like
Yeah, these
right
tech.
below us are going to
Yeah,
come
these.
up.
Yeah, well, the technicians are the only ones down there currently, and there looks to be 3 of them. So these bombs are likely going to take care of them. They don't look like they're wearing any kind of armor of any sort. But if there are other guards that come in response to the explosion, then they would definitely be coming either from behind you or from beneath you.
I'm going to extend what looks like almost electricity that's lime that comes from my fingertips, and then it almost looks like shards of a broken mirror extend from that, and then they coalesce into one big shard, and a war blade of lime astra appears for me as I increase my astra fade to its limit of 4, and I summon my astra blade forth. And that's like a bonus action. So I would like to hold an action to turn a dial that's prepared on my armor.
Excellent. Okay, and then Hector, you just readying to shoot?
Do what now?
Are you just readying to shoot after the bomb goes off?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if there's any guards coming, kind of holding their back while they're getting ready.
All right. So, Geo, Blaze, how are you gonna do this? What you gonna do?
How close together are these terminals? Are they, right next to each other? Are they spread out across the room?
So I imagine them being pretty close together. Very cyberpunk, where maybe even all 3 of them have their backs to one another in this kind of almost triangular shaped, almost like a pit amid these consoles, if you will. So I think they're probably fairly close.
So if I aimed at the center one, would the other two be within 5-foot radius?
I would say if you put it between two of them, you could get them with that kind of a radius.
Okay. Because it says if I can throw it at a target, and the target takes a D8, and then each creature and object within 5 feet takes half the damage. So
yeah, so if you're just targeting a singular,
have the target.
Yeah, if you're just targeting a singular, I think the other two would probably be too far away to be able to get them with that tight of a radius.
Okay. So I think that, I would communicate with Geo to like make sure we're separating our attacks. That way we could do the most damage across the whole room.
Okay, yeah, I've got, I think 10 feet. Anyone within 10 feet of my drone.
Okay. So yeah, you have a slightly larger radius. So maybe Geo can park his drone between, 1 and 2, and Blaze, you can aim directly at number 3.
That works for me.
Okay. Excellent. So you need dexterity saves, both of you? Or is it an attack roll?
It's an attack. Mine's an attack roll.
Mine's a dex save.
Okay. So they're going to have disadvantage on the saving throw because they don't see this coming, and likewise, Blaze, you will have advantage on the roll.
Okay. Would I add my proficiency to this roll? Because it doesn't mention it in the...
It's a feature
of
your
weapon attack, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's a feature of your class, so I would say so.
Okay, then 17.
Okay. So the 17 will absolutely hit direct on this technician. And Geo, against your drone, these two technicians, they rolled a 1. So they are absolutely unaware of your drone's presence before this explosion happens and are completely vulnerable to it. So both of you roll your damage.
They get 1 point of damage.
Mine was a 6.
All right.
So the drone flies down, and as it's about to explode, there's a little like pop and sort of fizzle, and it does explode, but it does it like a firecracker in a pop can, and just these like little bits of hot metal fly onto these two guys, and like they are caught unaware, and they get some very hot metal on the back of their necks.
That'll teach you to mess with the 207. The 207 sends its regards. Let's get out of here. No, so yeah, you pepper these guys with some of the shrapnel of this drone. Blaze, on the other hand, you manage to get this grenade, I don't know, right into this guy's lap or something. And he kind of like looks down at it in disbelief before being engulfed in this. Is it magenta? Yeah. So yeah, I imagine this like again, this like magenta explosion of instantaneous fire. He's not dead, but he's not gonna live very much longer if he doesn't get some kind of medical attention. The other two they're more just kind of irritated and pissed off, trying to like brush off this exploded drone that's kind of landed on them. So you can see that the two of them that are less bothered by what's just happened both kind of turn their helmeted, masked faces kind of up in your direction, and you can see both of them have like this yellow sweep across their visors that kind of passes a couple of times, and then they immediately both jerk their head back around to the consoles, looking like they're about to start changing what they were doing on these consoles. So the three of you that had readied actions, If you wish to do so, you can respond.
Do they 12 hit, Jeremy?
It does. Again, they have no armor on whatsoever.
Big
spender.
So I've been bracing, like resting this long barrel carbine against a side, trying to make sure I get a good aim. But then the explosion kind of puts me off a little bit, and I still managed to hit, but I actually hit the one I wasn't aiming at for 10 piercing damage as this this long barrel scattergun releases this an explosion of this magenta Astra from the barrel, firing these scatter ammunition through the face, hopefully, of one of these technicians that have just had burning shrapnel drop down its coat.
Yeah, and it absolutely is going to wreck this guy's night. So what does that look like?
Yeah, I imagine like you said, he looks up and the yellow sweep comes across the visor, and the explosion kind of takes me aback, and I'm aiming for his visor, but the explosion actually hits the other guy more in the neck because I wasn't actually aiming at him. And it kind of explodes out the other side of his neck as the little ball shot that were loaded in continues to expand outwards in the scatter effect. Yeah, it looks gruesome. It wasn't very clean. But neither is war. I don't think I can fix that one, to be fair.
Absolutely. And out the other side, the console portion that was kind of behind him is likewise obliterated between the actual spray of the magenta scattershot itself, but also just the gray matter and the pieces of bone and blood that are just flung all over it is definitely going to put that part of the machine completely out of commission. He flops forward onto his console, and immediately you can see the blood begin to pour out of his wound, and the blood is laced with this still glowing magenta colored Astra that's kind of mingled with the edges of the blood from the wounds as it's kind of swirling and mixing in between as it combines. Okay, that was Doc. Gideon, Hector. There's one still remaining.
I'll shoot my carbine at the. Is there one guard remaining?
Just one.
Yeah, I'll shoot him with my that explosive cartridge out of my carbine.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack.
It's a. Let's see here. It's going to be a 13.
Again, luckily these guys are not wearing any kind of protective gear whatsoever, so that will hit.
And then, yeah, D10. It's going to be 3 points plus. How much does the explosive cartridge do?
That's a great question. I don't know. Let me see. Is it a weapon mod?
I'm not sure. I thought Geo had handed them out.
I don't recall. I'm looking through the
Consume.
I'm just trying to take a look now.
Mhm.
Find it.
I don't even know where that is.
There's an incendiary cartridge. It's in the Mechanist.
Ah. Okay. Mechanist. Okay. There. Incendiary round. Where is that? Cartridge crafting options. Incendiary. Creature dealt with damage by this pulsar takes 1d4 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. A creature can end this damage by using its action to make a dex check. So it will do your normal damage that you have for the carbine. And then if he survives it, he'll be on fire.
That's 3 points.
Okay, so that puts him at 4 points total. So he will still be alive. Go ahead and roll your d4.
Two points.
Okay. So you can tell that the shot doesn't kill him, but what does it look like as the incendiary part of the round itself is actually what finishes this guy off?
I kind of jump off my hoverboard and I pick it up and I say, that's for the crew of the Mongo. And I say, I start to kind of chant 207.
Excellent. So the 3 technicians have been dispatched. One of them is still alive, but he's barely clinging to the mortal coil. You have this large window on one side where you can see the array of mirrors as well as the power core housing itself beneath them. And then you have these consoles themselves. What would you like to do?
I'd like to start looking at the consoles if it's well, actually,
Absolutely.
first I want to make sure that all the doors seem sealed, but I think
Okay.
make it a little harder.
You definitely think that that's something that you could probably do from the consoles if you wanted.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'll head to the console and see what I can access from there.
Perfect. So imagine, Geo maybe kind of like slides into one of these chairs, kind of pushing, what's left of one of these technicians kind of out of the chair to give himself room. And like, a concert pianist seated before the grandest piano, this is very, very primo technology. Cutting edge stuff. You think that it's very likely there could possibly be some Harbinger tech worked into this console, and you begin messing with what you're doing. Go ahead and give me we'll call it a tech roll, again, to see if is computer. I don't think computers is actually a skill in this. I think that falls under tech.
Yeah, I think there. I don't see computers. No.
Yeah, so we'll just call that. We'll just make it that.
Yeah. So his Omni arm comes out and he presses a little, flips a little switch, and these this metallic on the, like, these 4 little kind of rubbery tips go over the edge of each of those, interacting with the touch screen in front of him as he starts doing it with his other hands as well. And that's going to be a sure it's double your proficiency. Okay, 19 on the die, or 19 not on the die, 19 overall.
Okay.
Those are opposite things.
You you very quickly get to work, Geo, and with just a few swift, rapid touches and moving manipulations of your fingers, you manage to access the security protocols within this system, and you manage to lock down the doors leading into the operation area here.
All right. A minute or now.
Are we taking the core with us?
That was you're supposed to shut this facility down, make sure that the cannon is not operational, and then as a secondary part to your mission, a secondary I just completely and totally lost the word. Objective.
Side objective.
Yeah. Secondary objective is to retrieve the power core and or the mirror array.
How big's the power core?
You haven't seen it yet, but the housing itself, the building, the casing of it that you can see on the other side of this window is easily 20 foot on a side and is probably about 10 feet tall. So it's a pretty sizable housing structure. The power core itself, you don't know yet.
Well, I make my way to getting inside of that structure, I guess.
Okay, so the doors heading into the actual central place, wherever the power for this cannon is actually generated, and assuming using the mirror array, using it to actually fire, is completely kind of housed in this glass chute, if you will, this kind of large funnel. And in order to get inside there, you're going to have to bypass the door, and the doors are locked into that space. So you have access to the consoles here, but somebody might have to open the door for you. Alternatively, you could try to blow your way through the glass.
I can try and open it.
Okay, get in. You're going to sit down on a second one of these
Opening it
consoles?
with a tag, or
Yes.
I could try, yeah. Is that a tech check?
Yes.
I got a 9.
9. So you must have sat down at the console that was partially destroyed by Doc's shot that took out this one technician. And every time that you are about to access the part where you think these doors are located, you reach over and realize that all of those screens are deactivated and that part of the console is dark. And you keep trying to kind of move things over, but when you move things over, it tends to kind of shift things around, and you're just not quite able to access the part of the controls that you are looking for.
Gets frustrated and brings his fist down onto the console, and green Astra or lime Astra kind of like sparkles from him and the screen, and it goes out, and whatever was left of the console is no more. This one's broken. And then move over to the next seat.
While this is happening, I think Doc is going to kind of gingerly like look at the crew and try and assess how they're doing, and go over to Blaze and kind of see maybe where some shrapnel in that water hit him. Maybe he's took a little nick from some of the fighting as we got through, and he's going to give him a little boost, a little extension of his medical tool. Creates a spray, and he's spraying over the affected area, which is helping. And Blaze, you get 11 hit points back.
Doc, did you realize before you moved over to heal these wounds, did you realize that Blaze was a Forgeborn up to this point? Because Forgeborn in Chrome City are androids.
Yeah, I did not know he was
Uh-oh. Looks like he froze up.
in character. Would I have known?
I don't know. That's a question for DJ. How obvious is it, DJ?
Well, like I said, he's like completely hairless, and what look to be tattoos are all over him. And they may or may not be tattoos. They may be circuits or exposed wiring, but no, it depends on how close you get.
Then I think he might have noticed it, healing you the last time, patching you up the last time, and maybe having to try a new technique this time, switching to a more synthetic-based Astra injection of some sort. We've seen prosthetics in Chrome City, and this is what he probably uses to fix some prosthetics potentially.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, so there is still one working console. This door is still barring your further progress into where the power core and the sensor, the focusing array, are located. Does anybody else want to try?
I can make an attempt at the console I'm at if that's still.
Yep, absolutely. So it'll be a tech roll again.
Okay. Oh, that's a 22 overall.
Okay. Being able to access, the full array of controls at this fully operational console, Geo, you managed to very, very quickly kind of move things around, and Hector, you hear the door in front of you kind of make a loud noise, and it sounds like... Go ahead.
I haven't shot or punched this console, so it still seems to be working pretty effectively. It's just a tip for you guys. If you treat your electronics well, they tend to reciprocate.
So Hector, this door
did
before
the door
you,
open?
It just unsealed itself. You could hear the locks basically slide open.
Awesome. Everything has been tough up to this point.
All right. So Hector, are you heading in?
Definitely. I'll throw my board down and ride in. Kind of look around and have my carbine out ready.
Okay. Is anybody else going in with Hector? Or is Hector going in on his own? Gideon's shaking his head.
I'm right there with you. Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Still have my blade out, ready to go with you.
Okay. You reach for this door, and you begin to open it.
Will you give me some water?
your mic is open. Oh, there. No, I think you.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. So you reach for this handle on this door. Now that it's unlocked, and you turn it The moment that you turn it, before you actually pull, there's a light beside the door that starts to kind of illuminate with this, again, this magenta Astra glow. And beneath it, you can see the words Astra radiation. You're fairly certain that this chamber is likely...
Can I make it?
Yeah, you wouldn't. You don't even need to roll. You would know that likely this chamber has effectively this Astra presence just in the very air itself with how powerful this is. And more than likely, going in is going to up your Astra level. It's going to have an effect on you.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't hesitate, but Hector will go in and see what it feels like.
Okay. Gideon, seeing this, are you still going in?
My Astra level's gonna raise one, right?
Don't know by how much, but yes, you're pretty certain that that it's definitely going to go up.
No matter what, I'm gonna be exceeding my limit.
Up to you.
So it's not so much what he sees, it's more of what he feels, as he feels probably some sort of pain excruciating through his veins as they start to glow with a lime green that you can see through his skin.
Chad, what does it look like when Gideon is at his astropade limit?
He's like sweating. His veins are bulging and glowing. His skin is like red, like he's just like done a workout. He's strained physically.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do then is I would come up to you, and at first you might not notice that I've like come up alongside you and I've kind of been studying you, and you feel like a prick in some exposed skin, maybe on your neck or something like that, and I'm like, and then like I pull out the needle, and I'm going to reduce your astropade by 1. So basically, I revitalize boosted. You get a D6 hit points, and your astropade reduces by 1, and I will do that twice for you. To try and help reduce that astropade if I can.
Thank you. At first, when you first stab him, he'd be like, "The fuck?" And then he'd be like, "Ah," and be like, "Oh."
I'll be like,
"Thanks,
yeah,
Doc."
just wait. Yeah, let me do it once more. But again, like it takes a toll on Doc as well, doing this. But you know, he's able to heal himself. It just hurts when he expels Astra. Is all. Yeah. So I'll roll you 2d6.
I think I'm topped off already.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I can do it as much as I need to. It's just how much time I would have, Jeremy.
Yeah, so you know that more than likely trouble is already on its way. And you have a very narrow window of when to disable this thing so that these ships don't get blasted out of the sky. Now, the technicians are taken out, but some of this facility's functions are automated, and you don't know which ones they are. So it's possible that this thing could still be active and online and could still be a possible threat. Now, Geo, you being there is certainly going to be a possible barrier for this thing just firing automated, at least completely. But that's kind of the fallback, just in case you can't get this thing shut down in time.
As my companions are headed into this area where they're trying to get the power core, Geo will just say,
If you can't get it with you, just make sure you destroy it. We need to get out of here soon.
he'll glance back towards the door where his Omni arm now has a gun out and trained on the door.
I think Blaze, seeing that the mechanists and Mancers have all this, seemingly under control, Blaze would definitely go over and start sort of patrolling the doors and the walkways and making sure that, listening and making sure that no one's coming and keeping his carbine out ready to go.
Yeah, I almost see this short scene of him like finding something that he thinks is completely and totally innocuous and like turning it over onto its side so that he can form like a barrier to crouch down behind if he needs to fall back to this position, kind of thing. Definitely kind of prepping the room.
He would definitely go back up on the catwalk above the room, because he has what is it called? Deadeye. He's a sharpshooter. He can really I can make my damage, make it do a lot of damage if I need to. So I'm ready waiting for that.
Excellent. All right, so as the door pulls open, there's this kind of like equalization of
can this in
Uh-oh. You're getting real choppy, and then you shut down.
oh sorry if I
Oh. Yeah, I can't hear. He's an android. It's true. Uh-oh.
I think Doc would be kind of left in the room if the others are going in and Blaze is hanging back. Then I think Doc would be hanging back probably with Blaze, because he's not a smart mechanist technician. He's not going to be able to help in there. So being a rear guard is probably the best thing that he can do. Just helping Blaze hold a position. So I'd probably be near to Blaze, ready to hold a position, and help him out.
All right, so Blaze and Doc are kind of taking a position. Doc perhaps kind of low, Blaze up top. Geo is sitting at one of these consoles, ready just in case he's needed to do some quick work here at the computer terminal. The other hand in his other eye, kind of halfway paying attention to one of these other doors, ready to shoot. Gideon and Hector are headed into this interior chamber that houses the power core and the focusing array. They've pressurized, unpressurized, whichever, this door, and pulled this thing open. Gideon and Hector, both of you are going to take a point to your astrofade limit as you step through the threshold, and you can feel the the presence of it seeping into all of the surfaces inside this chamber, and just being in the air. It's almost this kind of electric almost buzz all around you. You make your way. I know Hector said he was getting his board out, so he's kind of hopped on his hoverboard and is easily kind of drifting across the distance to where this housing is. You can see that there is a door on the side of this housing that will allow you to then go inside the actual housing unit itself. But you know, again, just the sheer glow and the hum from this thing that the fade is going to get stronger once you head in there.
So my astral limit is at 2, and that's my second point. Is there
Okay.
anything I have to do?
No. When you go over, that's when we need to start worrying about it.
All right, sweet. Yeah, I'm still gonna push my way in, and you said there's some kind of doorway.
Yes, to get inside this actual housing that surrounds the power core itself. The smaller black-shaped room. It's, again, about 20 feet on a side, 10 feet high. It says very large on the side of it, power core.
Yeah, I'll skate my way towards it. And can I do a tech check to see is the door locked or something?
This door does not appear to be locked. It just seems like mainly kind of like a technician hatch, like a doorway so that someone that's going to go in and work on this can do so.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll open it.
Okay. Yeah, you can see all of these wires kind of in the floor all seem to radiate out away from this housing that kind of run to all of these different mirrors and who knows where else they might run to in the facility. But it's almost like this is a hub of some kind of all of these cables and wires that are run everywhere. You open this door, and again, you feel on the other side the immense amount of Astra that is just raw here. You're almost kind of blinded as you have to kind of like shield your eyes for just a moment against the brilliant magma light, magenta light that is kind of pouring out of here. You're going to take 2 more points to your Astra fade as the Astra washes over you. And so now we're going to have to find the Astra fade chart.
Who all got hit with that?
Where are you at, Gideon? Whenever he opens the...
I was at my limit when we opened the door and got 1 more.
I'm sorry, location-wise.
But now we're getting hit. Oh, I was near the second door.
Okay, so then yes, you would get hit with these 2 points as well. That's void ships.
So a D6.
Okay.
If you're 1 to 2, if you're more than that, then it's a D8.
Yeah, I think both of you are 2 points over at this point. So roll a D6, Hector.
Ooh, I got the 6. So do you want to roll the D8 that I take since it's against me?
Yeah, I'll roll it.
Thank you. All right, so a D8.
3
energy.
points for me, Jeremy.
It's not points. It's on a chart. So you got a 3 on your D6.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Gideon, you're gonna take. It's only 1 point of energy damage. Maybe because Hector was mostly standing in the doorway whenever this blast kind of washed over you, it just didn't impact you quite as much. Hector, you rolled a 3. Your reflexes slow. You need to reduce your armor class by 1 until the start of your next turn. Oh, Blaze got you. Thank you, DJ. It was just 1 point, Gideon. Okay, so you open this door. This wash of Astra kind of comes over the 2 of you. those of you who are not inside this central chamber can just see this bright magenta glow emanating from the inside of this central tower, if you will. And Gideon and Hector, as the door opens, and again, you kind of have to shield your eyes for just a moment against the brightness. Your eyes adjust and you focus and look into the room, and you see where all of these wires culminate into the power core that operates this orbital defense cannon. And you see it culminates in a Mancer. A human, or what was a human at one time, not moving, held in this position that at first looks serene, almost reverent. But upon closer inspection, you can see that her eyes are twinging in pain repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. This is where we're going to take our break. 5 to 10 minutes. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And then we will come back and finish up the second part of what I have planned this evening. So far, this has been a blast. Thank you guys so much for coming along on this wild ride. If you are watching this evening, I appreciate it sincerely. Thank you very, very much. If you like this kind of content, hit the like button, subscribe, do those kinds of things. They would appreciate it. Yeah. So just sit tight, because we will be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to the second half of tonight's game. This is Open Lies the Gate. This is a one-shot played with Absolute Tabletops. Oh, the other direction. No, that way, maybe. Yep. Run with Absolute Tabletops Harbinger, which is in playtest currently. It is in beta. Definitely go to the Absolute Tabletop website, download the rules if you like what you see tonight, because it is a hell of a system and it is a ton of fun to play. So, like I said, I think it's kickstarting later this year, if I'm not mistaken, but I am very eagerly awaiting that so that I can get the physical book in my fat little fingers and put smudge marks all over the outside of it like I did with Mecha Hack. No. This has been a ton of fun so far. Chrome City is, like I said, a deep love of mine, so I'm very excited to be able to have the chance to run another game in it. Things are just getting warmed up. So, without further ado, we're going to dive back in. Hector and Gideon, the two of you have breached the second door to get into this housing that surrounds the power core of this orbital defense cannon, only to discover that the orbital defense cannon's power core is in fact actually a mancer, a human, at one time was human, that is hooked up to all of these wires. Seems as though her power is somehow being channeled and amplified through this device. She seems to be held in this kind of reverent position, possibly by the wires, because you can see at the corners of her eyes, the corners of her mouth, the constant twitches of the musculature there in what you can only guess to be extreme pain. What do you want to do? What happens next?
I'm gonna start stepping closer to it. It seems to be the core. Is there the lens, the mirror that's anywhere seems to be attached or nearby?
The focusing array is directly above you, and you can see all those orichalcum mirrors positioned in such a way that they're going to amplify further the power of this mancer coming up out of this power core. And she, for all intents and purposes, appears to be the power core itself. All of these cables and wires truncate into her in some fashion or another.
I actually say, like, hey, like, to see if I can even get her attention.
There is zero reaction at all.
Is there a way, can I roll a tech check to see if I can see if there's a way to disconnect her some way, or?
Please do.
It's going to be a 24.
It doesn't take a lot of looking around before you find a small little terminal. And very quickly kind of bringing up the most basic menu, you kind of thumb through a couple of different options before you find effectively an option to kind of override the system and tell the system that the power core has deceased. And you're fairly certain that if it registers it that the power core is deceased, that it will probably let it go.
Let's do that.
Okay. You highlight that option, you confirm and hit go, and immediately these hoses and wires begin to fly free from the various parts of her. And again, I mean, there's got to be close to 100 of these different wires that are attached to her legs, arms, head, spine, abdomen, everything. And one at a time, they start, disconnecting and flying free. And it becomes very clear very quickly that she's not able to support herself. And she starts to collapse forward to the ground as these things let go of her and are no longer holding her up.
I try to catch her if I can.
You absolutely can. When you do so, your Astra's going to go up by a point just by touching her.
Ooh. All right. So that puts me at 5, and my limit is 2.
Okay, so you're 3 over. You need to roll a d8, please.
Six.
Okay. Astra leaves you in a burst. Reduce your current Astra fade by 1 point, but you are stunned until the start of your next turn. So you move over to this poor woman and try to kind of like keep her from collapsing to the ground entirely. And as you grab a hold of her, you can feel the intense amount of Astra radiation, essentially, that she is leaching out of her, and it seeps into you and immediately just bursts out away from you, reducing how much Astra you actually have kind of built up inside of your own system. But when that happens, like her atrophied muscles seems to be something that contagious isn't quite the right word, but for just a moment, your muscles atrophy, almost like in compassion, and you lock up, and the two of you fall over to the ground. Gideon, you can see that. The rest of you, Blaze, yes, you guys can see what's happening. Probably not directly, but I would imagine that maybe Geo brings up like a camera feed or something inside the power core, and you can see what's happening.
Are they conscious?
It seems like Hector is still conscious, but she seems catatonic. She seems like in a vegetable state.
Well, she seemed like she already was in.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of change in her.
I think Blaze would notice on the feed that, 2 people went in this room and now there are 3 people in this room. And seeing that this new person is not conscious, I think Blaze would want to help. He would want to get in there and see if he could get her out.
Yeah, if Geo saw you start moving. Wait. We have whisper, right? And all the starting equipment, so we should all have those.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's like I'll just just say over the comm if I can hail them. Like, what the fuck's going on in there? Who is that? Get out! Hurry out now! See if there's a
spell. It's power core.
What?
One of you nerds were supposed to get this, right? I need the mirror.
Just get her out of there. We'll worry about the mirror later. I don't think we can do anything about it here. Let's take her at least. We'll figure out what's going on later.
Can you see us?
I've got a feed, but it's fuzzy.
So you saw what happens when you touch her, right? You come touch her. Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm gonna get the lens. You get the power core.
I don't have to worry about her though.
How big did you say these mirrors are? Oop.
Uh-oh. We lost Kevin. We'll get him back whenever he pops in, hopefully. So some of them are very large. Like I said, some of them are easily the size of a CCPD cruiser. But others are, I don't know, shield size.
Could is there one that's roughly like stretcher sized?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let me. I want to see if with my 8 intelligence I would actually think of this idea. What percentage you think that I would have this idea on?
Are you looking for a DC or an actual percentage?
Either one.
I don't know,
man. Everybody can have a stroke of brilliance.
Yeah, sure.
I say if
Maybe.
you think of it, we say intelligence and intelligence modifier are not necessarily the same thing. And like, if you got clever ideas, use them.
Yeah,
But
fair.
that's just my opinion.
Because I just had, an idea to like, if we can get her on one of these mirrors, our Cockrum should like maybe mute the Astra energy and somehow, because they're supposed to be resistant to Astra. So
2 birds with 1 stone too.
Right. That could protect us. Okay. All right. I'll seal these doors. Keep them shut. But Blaze, you probably need to be the one that goes in there and puts her on it. And maybe we'll see you. On getting one of those mirrors down.
So I would try to head in there and see if either I can help get one of the mirrors or help with her. So what sort of fade do I need to adjust?
Okay. So I'm going to say that Geo, from your console, you're probably able to start like getting these mirrors, these individual mirrors, kind of repositioned, and one of them that seems like a likely candidate, you're able to basically kind of like lower it down as low as it'll go so that it's accessible, easy, that nobody has to climb to get to it or anything like that. Blaze, as you enter the initial like core, if you will, your Astrofade's going to go up by a single point. And then as you enter the actual housing of the power core itself, it's going to go up by another 2.
I'm 2 over then. So a D6 roll.
Okay, yes. And it looks like, Gideon, you need to roll also? Or did you already roll?
Only if I get hit right now. No, I was
Okay.
just
You're just, yeah,
yeah.
bookkeeping.
So I rolled a 4, which reduces my movement speed by half until the next turn.
Okay. So yeah, you enter the power core housing, and immediately you're almost like doubled over with like almost like a nausea that kind of hits your stomach, and you're able to press on, but it's definitely slowing you up.
I feel like it maybe looks like a burst of the chartreuse Astra that sort of almost turns the gravity up a little bit. It wraps around my legs and sort of slows me down and
Hell yeah. Excellent. Okay, so this mirror has been lowered. The last of the cables that seems to have connected this power core to the rest of the machinery detaches. In the moment that happens, the entire place goes dark, with the exception of her. She glows magenta, and the only light in this entire room comes from her. You can hear all around you Machines powering down. Elsewhere in the facility, Geo, Doc, you being outside of this central core, the two of you hear, elsewhere within the facility, the sound of metal scraping against metal.
I think Doc kind of looks at Geo as maybe Geo looks at Doc. It's like one of them ones sort of thing. And he says, hey, Geo, can you, you're good with those computers, right? Can you not see any cameras or feeds or security or any of that stuff?
Yeah, he's already like flipping down his visor, and he's looking at the console. Is there any? There's no power console, right? Like
That is correct.
There's nothing. You heard that, right?
and he'll look to you. Do you seem to have any sort of like visor or anything?
Nope. I've got probably. I'll get out a Astra cigarette of some sort. Light it. Nope.
Should have some glow rods.
Yeah. In our basic equipment.
Yeah.
I do have visor that I will put on.
Seeing that this
group, we may have a guest of some sort. It may be best that we GTFO as soon as possible.
How heavy is she with the panel?
Not very heavy. It's going to take two people to move her, just because of the size of the mirror with her on it, essentially. Through the process, the time that it takes to get the mirror uncoupled, laid out, get her put onto it, everybody in the room, so Blaze, Gideon, Hector, each of you is going to take an additional 1 point of astrofade from being in this central chamber, the residual fade that is coming off of just the equipment in here that has absorbed Astra for so long. So I think we're going to need a couple of rolls from you gentlemen. Let me know what, how much you are exceeding your limit by, and I'll let you know what you need to roll. Unless you've got the chart up in front of you, and then you can obviously sort things out on your end.
So I go up one, but then I go down one.
Okay.
Because of my limit, what I rolled. I rolled 6 on an 8.
Okay.
The Astra burst from me, so I reduced by 1. So that I just went up by 1 and reduced by 1. So stay the same.
And then you're stunned for a bit. Blaze. Okay, you're gonna have a disadvantage on your next attack. Okay. So this seems to be affecting maybe Blaze's like internal targeting systems or something. Just kind of throwing things off a little, making them go haywire. Hector, did you roll?
Oh, I took more.
You took 1 more point. What does that put you at over your limit?
5.
5 over your limit? Okay, so you're going to need to roll a d10.
D10.
5.
Okay, the strain
Exhaustion.
the strain of the Astra makes you sluggish. Yeah, yep, 1 level of exhaustion. Okay. Cool. All right, so the three of you managed to get her situated on this mirror, and luckily, with the way the shape of this mirror is, it's kind of parabolic, so it's got this kind of convex shape to it. So you're able to kind of put her in the middle of this dish, if you will, and kind of bring it up enough so that you're kind of shielded from the radiation that she's giving off. You're no longer going to be taking any points of Aster Fade from her as long as the situation stays like this. You get her loaded up. You get out of the central core room. Just about the time that you step past the threshold, there's a bang on one of the doors leading into this room.
I didn't do it.
Everyone, I'm not sure if you quite heard that. If you were thinking you were mistaken, you was not mistaken. That was something banging on the door. So can you please hurry it along quickly?
If two people can carry her, then I'm going to activate my shock gants, I believe. They're like shock gauntlets. And I'm going to pick up my hoverboard and use its electricity, or use the electricity to actually turn my steel or whatever the hoverboard's made out of into an electrical weapon. So, and
Excellent.
I'll get myself ready for whatever is coming.
Geo will stand up from the console and with kind of a complex like clicking mechanism on his boots, they hum to life with the chartreuse Astra power as he activates his grav boots and makes for a wall, and actually is going to draw with his omni-arm his light pistol and get his carbine in his two hands, and walk up the wall and try to perch himself like on the ceiling upside down, aiming at the door.
Excellent. So it sounds like so far Hector and Geo have readied actions. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I guess this leaves Doc in the standing in this console room, looking around and like.
So, just to clarify, all five of you are actually in the console room currently. The door that's being banged on is one of the doors that you guys came through to get to the console area.
How big is this room again, Jeremy?
It's decently sized. I would say probably close to 40 feet on a side, not including the interior portion that housed the power core and such.
I'm going to try and back up into a corner away from the door as far as possible, and say to Blaze, come and stay by me, I guess. This might help you a little bit. And he puts his hands up like this, and he focuses his Astra, and he starts doing this, drawing a line, and he creates the particle barrier, kind of from corner to corner, what he can get to. And I'm going to boost it so that projectiles from this side will do a little bit more damage. So if you fire through it, it will actually do more damage.
And as soon as you get the particle barrier up, Blaze looks to you and says, "Here, hold this," and like hands you his end of the mirror, like because he's gonna get his gun out and get ready to shoot.
Well, I'm guessing we can put her down for now. We have to deal with this, right? First, the plan, right? Deal with this, and then
if we put her down, does she start radiating on us again?
Yeah. It's definitely going to expose you guys to her. For sure.
Got what we came here for.
Then I guess I will hold her so she doesn't start irradiating magenta onto us again, and I'll let him shoot.
So let's do this, because I don't want anybody to end up not being able to utilize a part of their turn. It'll take a hand to carry her, so you would have a hand free. But let's say that you actually took down 2 mirrors, and they're both, like I said, parabola shaped, so they're kind of this clamshell, if you will. This kind of complete container. But you're basically going to have to hold it with one hand to actually lift it up and carry her. Again, she's very emaciated. Does not weigh much. The mirrors probably weigh more than she does, truthfully. Okay. So, if you wanted to set her down with the lid, if you will, still on this coupling of mirrors, you could certainly do so. And you don't think that she would start to radiate.
Okay. Well, if it looks like we're gonna try to hold up in here, then we would definitely set her down.
Sounds fair. Okay. You see this other source of light appear on the door. It's this small little pinhole of orange light that starts to grow in size until it's the size of probably an eye. And you realize that it's not actually a light source, it's the metal of this door being superheated. And then that large circle begins to make its way around the perimeter of the door, cutting into the door a rather large, wide opening. And as it kind of snakes up into this roughly rectangular shape, it nears the point that it originated and then goes off. There's a moment of complete and total silence. And then the interior of this cut teeters inward. Falls down. Some of the water that flooded this facility from earlier has leaked in behind now this open door, and green light floods into the room as you see 2 hulking individuals step in through the door. Their massive metallic boots ka-thump, 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 as they move inward. All of you recognize that these are trolls. Tactical response for Orbital Laboratory Legion. These are very high-tech suits, and this is going to be very difficult to get past. They enter the room and say... Wait. Hold. There we go. They enter the room, and one of them speaks.
Citizens, lay down your arms, and you will be spared. Do not, and you will be obliterated.
All right, we're going to roll into initiative order. Blaze, you are first up. We're going to go through the initiative order and hit everybody that had a ready to action. We're just going to take it in turn order. So Blaze, you're able to go first.
I think that like Blaze would hear these options, and there's a chance he's heard this same spiel before. And something you don't hear very often out of Blaze is he has a retort for this, and he says, "You forgot about the third option." And he unloads 2 carbine blasts at this guy. At first, let's see. He's going to yeah, he's just going to unload 2 attacks on this. So the first one is a 17 and the second one is a 19.
Both will hit. And you stepped behind the particle wall that was summoned by Doc. Is that correct?
I am behind the particle wall, yes.
Okay.
So
don't forget that extra damage.
4.
Yeah.
And total, that will be 20 damage. No, 28 damage, sorry.
28. And this is to the lead one?
Yeah, to the one that said the thing.
Gotcha. Okay, he takes 28. Your 2 shots from your carbine zip out across the space, tagging him in his rather bulky armor, but you can tell by the way he staggers back underneath the blow of both of the shots that they did manage to penetrate and deal some damage to him, though he doesn't seem particularly bothered by it as of yet. Okay. The second troll also had a readied action, as he was not the one working on the door. He is carrying a heavy repeater that you can see is coursing with green Astra. He levels it at, let's see, 5 of you. Okay, Hector. I imagine you might be kind of close so that you could strike with your hoverboard. So he has lowered this juiced heavy repeater straight in your direction and is going to fire once at you. And if he doesn't end up having to reload, he's also going to fire at Blaze. Okay, what is your AC, Hector?
16.
Okay. He is going to hit. He does not run out of ammo, so he is going to continue to fire with multi-attack at Blaze. The particle wall gives him...
I believe that I have half cover, right?
Is that what particle wall does? Yes? Okay. So that's a plus...
It should be...
5?
What does...
I think it's plus
is
3.
It not disadvantage? Or is it a plus?
It's plus 3 to your armor class.
Okay.
Excellent.
So that'll be a 20.
20. Ooh, okay. So the particle wall is what makes the difference and saves your bacon because he would have hit a 17. So as you pop off these 2 shots of your carbine, you manage to duck back behind it so that his shots coming out of this juiced heavy repeater fire first in the direction of Hector and then in your direction, Blaze, but splash harmlessly against the particle wall. However, Hector, they do manage to hit you, and you are going to take 11 points of piercing, and you are going to have disadvantage on any attacks that you make against this particular troll until the start of its next turn. The green Astra that this thing flares out of the end of its barrel towards you. You can feel it hit you, and as it does so, it seems to almost atrophy at some of your joints. Okay. That was his ready to action. Hector, did you have a ready? You did have a ready to action.
Yeah, okay. He shoots me for like 11 points of damage, and like I basically drop my hoverboard into one hand, and I activate my Astra shield. I'll also have to expend another Astra point past my limit. That'll put me at 6, so it's 4 past my limit.
Oh, okay. So you're 4 beyond your limit, so that's a D8 you're going to have to roll.
A 4.
Astra drains your energy. You have disadvantage on your next attack roll, so.
Dang. Okay, well, whatever. I walk up on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here comes disadvantage attack. With my hoverboard. Oh, I rolled 2 10.
Okay. You might still hit. Was it 10 with all your bonuses and stuff?
It's 2d6. Well, yeah.
What was your hit?
2d6.
Yeah, what was your to hit total?
13.
Oh, okay. A 13, unfortunately, is not going to bypass the rather considerable armor that these trolls wear. Instead, your hoverboard kind of like smacking against the side of this, and you watch as the electricity that's kind of coursing out of the gauntlets and into your hoverboard just kind of like dances harmlessly across the surface of this dark armor that these trolls wear.
Okay. Yeah, that I'll take that. At least it's only a disadvantage for pushing my astro limit, but I have a +2 to my AC, so I'll take it.
Okay. All right. Geo, did you also ready in action?
Well, I was aiming at the door, so
Then yes, I would say so.
Essentially, yeah, I was ready to shoot the carbine.
Are you shooting the one that led into the room that's already damaged, or the other one?
Yeah, the one that came in first.
Okay.
Although my attack is not going to be great, it is. That's Dex for the carbine, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then that is 15.
Again, you watch as the Astra Bolt like flies out of the end of this carbine and off of one of his pauldrons and disappearing into the wall harmlessly.
Then I will also no, never mind. This is just ready actions.
Did you have 2 attacks?
No, I'm a mechanist. I don't
Okay.
think I do.
Yeah, I don't think they get extra attack. Okay. In that case, that's going to bring us to Gideon. Gideon, you had a ready to action as well, I believe?
I'm gonna say no, because the last thing that happened to me was that I got stunned. So
ooh, good.
Like as low to the ground as possible, behind the particle wall, and he is gonna get out his little inhaler puffer, take a puff on it, which is gonna make him turn and throw up again this turquoise, luminous turquoise coloured Astra expulsion over in the corner. That's going to be his action. And then, as a bonus action, he's going to.
So you don't get a bonus action just yet,
I guess.
because this is just a ready action.
Oh, okay. This is okay. So yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I didn't have a ready action, so I did the particle wall. So yeah, no, that's me done.
Okay. Okay. So that's going to bring us back to the top of the round. We're now full in on combat. Blaze, you are up first.
Okay, so I'm first off. I did one of those attacks wrong last. I was supposed to have disadvantage on an attack roll.
Ooh,
So
okay.
I'm going to do that with this next attack. I will take a disadvantage on.
Thank you.
But I'm going to, let's see. Yeah, so I'm just going to attempt 2 attacks again. And
Sure
so
thing. The same guy? Lead?
For my, same guy.
Okay.
So the first one will be a disadvantage, which is probably going to miss. That is an 11. And
yes.
then
it goes wide.
For the second attack, that would be a 23.
That, on the other hand, will hit.
And I'm shooting through the particle barrier, and as my reaction, I'm going to use my. I took the tactician talent, and I'm going to use my mark maneuver. So when I hit a creature with a weapon attack, I can use my reaction to mark it. The next attack roll against the marked creature has advantage. And until the start of my next turn, until the start of my next turn, that creature can't dodge, disengage, or hide. I don't know that they would be, but and my damage is it's 15 damage.
Okay. So,
and now they are like this shot had a burst of I would say probably Chartreuse Astra behind it, and now this guy has got a sort of an aura, a Chartreuse aura around him, which, I mean, he's already kind of glowing green, but this sort of on top of him so that everybody can very, very clearly see him.
Absolutely. Yeah, everybody is able to see his exact size and shape now in this otherwise dark room. And yeah, it kind of counteracts the internal glow that he has himself. Cool. Okay.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to use my rally movement maneuver, and I can choose a friendly creature who can hear me until the start of my next turn. That creature gets +2 to their AC, and their next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw has advantage. And I'm going to choose Doc. I'm going to give him a +2 to his AC.
Excellent. Okay. Blaze, laying down some fire, tosses this kind of extra benefit of protection in Doc Murdoch's direction. It is now the troll's turn. The one that is in the lead, having knocked down the door, has now brought his... okay, so he's got his heavy repeater kind of in the one hand that's carrying it, but seeing as Hector has closed with him, he's not going to level his gun at Hector. Instead, this guy brings up his fist kind of up above his head, and you can hear Hector, especially being this close, this kind of like assisted mechanized noise, this kind of as he brings this fist up, and then is going to rain this down on top of you. He's making a hammer fist attack.
The sound of pain.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's gonna hit with a 25. Okay, you're gonna take bludgeoning.
Yeah, I got an 18 with mine.
Yeah, okay. So you're gonna take bludgeoning to the degree of 8 points as this hammer fist lands on your collarbone. And as he delivers this blow, he once again delivers this ultimatum.
Lay down your arms, and you will be spared. Do not, and you will be obliterated.
This is amazing.
Okay, that was the lead troll. The one in the back who still has his juiced heavy repeater takes his extra hand and opens it, and you can see that the palm of his hand and each of the individual fingers is kind of traced with this glowing lime-colored astra that begins to coagulate and gather together in a sphere. Blaze, you recognize this is a bomb. He then hurls it over in the corner where Doc and Blaze are behind this particle wall, trying to lob it back behind the wall. Both of you, I need Constitution saving throws, please.
Ooh. I'm glad it was not Dex, because I think I have disadvantage as I'm prone.
From me, Jeremy?
No, not Hector.
And you have it. You have advantage on this save, by the way.
Excellent.
I do.
Yes.
Oh, okay, excellent. I have a 23 then. Ooh. It was going to be an 18, but I have a 23.
And I got a 14.
Okay. Okay, Doc, you managed to shield yourself against this. However, Blaze, something about the way that this lands catches you a little off guard, and you are caught in the full blunt of it. The full damage is going to be 5 points of energy. That means, Doc, you will only take 2 points. But in addition, Blaze, you are stunned. This is a stun grenade. This goes off, and you can feel your body, again, kind of lock up and go rigid. Your joints kind of seize, and you're having a difficult time moving under your own volition. Okay.
Was that me? Sorry.
No, you were not stunned. You took 2 points of energy damage, and that's it. Okay. But you can see that this impacted Blaze pretty heavily compared to what it did to you.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the trolls. Hector, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna rear back again and yell, "This is for the 207," and hit him again.
All right, what you got?
That's 10.
No, unfortunately, that's not going to do it. Again, these guys are walking tanks almost. Like the amount of coverage and metal that these Astra protection suits seem to afford them is not easy to bypass. Okay.
Was that the one with advantage, by the way?
Ooh, I think it was. So roll again, Hector, and see if that's going to make a difference.
Ooh. No. I rolled a 2. What is wrong?
Oh no. Okay.
Also, we need to get her out of here. As my electrified hoverboard like clangs off of him, and he's not even affected in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, he's like swatting at you like a mosquito. Just like seems to be not sure if you should even bother.
Please. This
Okay.
is training. Training was more difficult, please.
I have a question. Did they
Yes.
come in or on the catwalk?
They came in at the ground level.
Okay.
Okay. That was Hector. Geo, it is your turn.
Oh shoot. Okay. So that kind of changed up my thought. Hearing him say that we need to get her out of here, I have an idea for that. Although she's like in a clamshell right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, between these two mirrors.
She's also pretty like dangerous astro-wise.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
I will go with my I'll go with my first idea then. So I'll line up a shot with the carbine on the first one that had come in, and while doing that, the Omni arm is gonna slide the like click my scattergun back in its holster. Oh no, wait, sorry, apologize. I'm gonna click the carbine back into its back holster, swap hands with the scattergun, pull the shield with my regular hand, and the Omni is going to reach into the bag and start pulling out my turret, which is a bonus action to deploy. So I will take I'm going to go for I'm just going to go for a regular shot, not a scatter shot.
Okay.
Down on this guy. Hey, that's an 18 on the die, so that's going to be a 24. That should hit, right?
That'll absolutely hit. Yes.
I hope so. Okay, so then that's 9 points of damage.
This is the one that was already injured?
Yes.
Okay. He's still kicking.
So this, this piercing round, shoots down from the ceiling, and I'll release the spider droid or spider turret. It has to be within 5 feet of me, so I'll just kind of like toss it onto the ceiling, and it like will hook to the ceiling with kind of little mini grab boots.
8 of them, little spider booties.
Little spider grab booties. They all got just like little tiny bits of chartreuse Astra just like floating off of them.
Is it able to take a shot this round?
Actually, I don't know for sure if it's able to take a shot immediately.
I can never remember if it is able to on its first round or not. Also looking for some. Ah, that's where it is. Okay.
Oh, it says during your turn you can verbally command your turret to move and to make a ranged attack against a single.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
so,
go for it.
I'll have it. Yeah, I'll have it start moving. I guess I'll have it fire and then start moving. So it's going to be my intelligence modifier and my proficiency bonus. Hey, that's a nat 20. I love this.
Oh.
This was a Christmas present from my fiance, and it's rolling really well tonight.
Thank you, Austin's fiance.
So this spider has a D8 plus my intelligence mod damage. And that's an 8 on the D8. You guys. Oh, that makes me happy.
Okay.
That makes me so happy. Okay, so that's 11 plus
11.
For crits, it would be 11 again.
Yeah. So 22
Sweet.
points
So this
of damage.
spider, like this little like turret barrel on the back of this spider like centers in on its target, and there's just this little and this magenta Astra just bolts straight down into this thing.
Absolutely. And yeah, it kind of like almost, this troll almost goes to a knee. But you can see is still up.
So then I am also going to move just a little bit, just so that I'm not in the exact same spot that I shot him from, and command the spider to move towards the wall on the side that they came in on. I wanted eventually to skitter down the wall and get behind them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how far it can move in a turn. So while you look that up, we'll
15 feet.
15
climb.
feet. Okay, cool. So yeah, it makes a considerable distance over towards kind of where the ceiling will then turn to the wall. Okay, Gideon, it is your turn.
Did Doc put down the other end?
Yes.
He still has one hand on her.
I don't think he does. Yeah, I think he put her down.
I'm just gonna try and drag her with the half that I have still.
Okay.
Try to keep moving her towards the exit.
All right. Yeah, you're able to do so. What is your normal movement speed?
I think it's 30. Pretty sure it's
Okay. Yeah, probably.
yeah, it's 30.
Okay, so you managed to drag her about 15 feet closer to the door. It's definitely a little slow going. So you make a little bit of progress towards the door, but there are still these two brutes that seem like they're going to be a bit of a problem. Oh, Gio, you went over your Astra limit? Sorry, Chad, go ahead.
No problem. You guys can resolve it first.
Austin, what happened?
I rolled the absolute worst thing on the Astra Fates tier.
Yay.
Because I rolled a 5, which is Astra brings you to the floor. You are knocked prone. I am on the ceiling. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That was the one thing I was really... I know, like, what does that mean? I've got, like, grav boots locked to the ceiling.
Damn, I don't know. So...
Is it like the Astra, like, immediately, like, bursts out of me and creates, like, a gravity, like, a reverse gravity pocket and just, like, crushes me to the floor? Or to the ceiling?
To the ceiling? Yeah, I love it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you're prone,
so I'm
but
like
you're on the ceiling.
But reverse, like...
Yes. And your grav boots are still activated. So, like, you're at, like, this really painful angle at your ankles.
Yep, it's like falling over in a snowboard. Like...
Yes. Exactly. So, yeah, you, like, slam up against the ceiling forcibly when the gravity kind of shifts in that space. Absolutely. Okay, Chad, what did you have? You brought something up.
Yeah, if I move her, and what could I add to it? How close does that make me towards these trolls?
They're within 10 feet of you. One of them is, at least.
I don't have a weapon drawn, and I haven't assaulted them. I can only hope for the best.
Just gonna play it cool.
That's just my movement.
I'm just trying to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna move closer, I guess, with one of my actions, dashing or whatever.
Okay, so yeah, if you want to take your action,
boots help me to move better.
Not necessarily, but if you want to use your action to dash, then you can cover more ground that way.
Yeah, I would like to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to say that you're actually to the door. You've managed to drag her kind of in a roundabout way to go around these two trolls. You're pretty sure that that your passage hasn't gone unnoticed, but as of right now, they don't seem too terribly concerned with you at the moment. Okay, that was Gideon. Doc, it is your turn.
So I think I avoided that blast from them last time by being close to the orichalcum shell that we've created, and that's what shielded me a little bit. But Gideon's just dragged it away from me. I'm like, seeing the one down on his knee. I originally got the inhaler out to reduce my astrophaid a bit, but then looking at the one that's down on his knee and maybe looking rougher than I thought we'd probably get into, I'm just going to shoot him through the shielding. So that's well. Oh wow! Roll 20 is doing me good now. I rolled double crit. I only get one shot.
Holy shit!
But, yeah. This I don't know if this has anything to do with, but I do have an Astra Augmenter on this long barrel scattergun, so it's actually augmented by magenta Astra. Yeah, so that is 7 and 15 damage. So 22 damage with that shot.
Okay, so whenever you rolled your attack, you rolled 2 20s?
Yeah, so like basically I'm just using roll 20 tonight because I haven't
for
got
sure.
my physical dice with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so I had it set up, so 2 natural 20s because it just rolls with advantage.
Okay.
Anyway.
So
yeah.
So I'm gonna have that do triple damage instead of just the normal ×2 damage because that's pretty fucking rare. So
yeah, I'll send a picture in a minute.
Oh, dude, I totally
So
I
how
totally
do you do the crit?
So
How do you do the crit damage? Is it max
full?
damage?
It's max damage. So full dice plus all of your modifiers.
Yeah.
And then normally, on a normal crit, you would roll your dice again and add your modifiers a second time. So for this particular case, what I'm going to say is do max damage, so dice plus modifiers, twice.
Yeah.
And then roll a third time and add your modifiers a third time.
Roll once more. So we need to add. So I said 22 plus another 2 and 3, 5. So that's 27, and then so that's 27 plus 15.
God, wow, so 42.
Yeah, 27 plus 15. Yeah, 42 damage.
Okay.
Again, like it's all accidental. I'm just trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid Hector, who's fighting the dude like in melee, and I just aim at something that I can see. And what I reckon has happened is I've shot, and it's actually hit like a valve or a pipe or something critical, right like on his hip, just around the back of this suit. And the magenta Astra infused rounds in this fire out, just missing Hector, and they rip through it completely into a power core of this suit or whatever it is, doing some real critical damage.
Absolutely. And was this the one that was already injured or the fresh one?
Yeah, the one that's already injured.
Okay. So what does it look like as it kills this troll?
Yeah, like I said, the magenta Astra infused rounds fly, and it literally punches through into like a tank and then hits its power core, and it ruptures the magenta power core, which is kind of hip height round the back, and this power core just explodes, and like it doesn't explode outwards as much as it explodes inwards into the suit itself, and you just see I don't know if it's green, a lime green Astra, or if it's magenta Astra, or if it's um, like the lemon, the neon yellow Astra, just explode inside the suit. It doesn't explode out the suit at all, though. It's all contained in the suit. You just see this big bright flash from behind its visor, and then it just goes limp and just collapses to the ground.
Absolutely, yeah. This kind of whirling, roiling green Astra is literally just like overcome by this magenta as the troll staggers and then falls over backwards, like shattering the two tanks that are on its back. And again, the lime green kind of flows out, and intermixed in there, kind of swirled amongst it, is the magenta alongside it. And it is no more. There is, however, one remaining troll, and it is completely untouched. That was Doc.
I am prone, by the way.
Okay.
Jeremy.
Excellent. Thank you. Doc, lying behind the particle wall with this tremendous accidental shot that has ended the first troll. The second troll is still in the fight. Blaze, it is your turn.
And I am stunned.
Okay.
Which
So
pretty
as
much means
you-
I can't do anything.
Yeah, so as you kind of regain control over your facilities, you can start kind of feeling the ends of your fingers responding finally as your circuits come back online. It is the troll's turn. He reaches down and pulls a small cable. You can see a small cable kind of shoot out from underneath his gauntlet and attach itself to a port on his gun, and a secondary green Astra, like lime green bar, fills on his gun beneath the first, and he has activated his spray ability on his juiced heavy repeater. He is then going to turn and is going to burst fire, or not burst fire, spray fire in the area where Doc and Blaze are. It is a 10-foot cube that is covered with fire, which means... what does that mean? How does that function? Spray. Each of you are going to have to make a dexterity saving throw.
I was going to ask, what does cover do for that? And being prone, that's all.
Ooh, that's a great question. I don't know what the prone would do for the saving throw, but I'll come up with something in a second. I think cover gives you a
You
plus
automatically
2.
fail dex saves.
Oh, being
Okay.
prone? Oh, wow.
At least
Yeah,
have
you
disadvantage.
you might normally, but in this situation, I don't know that that necessarily holds water. I don't know if that makes sense because all the fire's coming from the direction of the particle wall. So I'm gonna give you a plus 2 on your dex save.
Okay. I got a 15 then. I got 13 on the dice.
Okay, so a 15 total.
Yeah, 15 total.
Okay.
I just rolled a nat 20.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
The total, if it matters, 23.
Okay,
So-
excellent. The DC of which is 8 and... See, you said you had a 15, Doc? Is that right?
15, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some of the ricocheting bullets and things, just from the ground and all the exterior walls and things around you, is still going to get to you. So...
Yep.
Is it half? No. Okay, it's either pass or fail, all or nothing. And it will run empty regardless of its reload. Okay, cool. So, damage is going to be... so, Blaze, you passed, so you won't take any of this damage, but Doc, unfortunately, the ricocheting bullets are going to find you enough to give 12 points of piercing damage to you.
Yeah, I can imagine they kind of riddle my legs more than anything else. It's all like buckshot almost. After like the ricochet, and it's more shrapnel and buckshot than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the with the attack, that's going to also infuse some green aster from this juiced heavy repeater into you. You're going to have disadvantage on any attacks against this particular troll until the start of his next turn. Okay. He has...
Now. That's what it is.
Exactly. So he has lit you guys up with his juiced heavy repeater. In addition, you also notice... actually, no. You don't notice. Never mind. Okay, that was the trolls. Hector, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna run up to this other one now and say one down, one more troll to go. Let's see, just a regular roll, right?
I do believe so, yeah. I don't think there's advantage on this one for any reason.
No, it's a 10.
Okay. So again, your board, though it is coursing with electricity, it just glances off of the armor of this thing. It just doesn't seem to be able to get through to it. Do you have anything bonus
what
action?
works on the right, please, doesn't work on this guy.
Yeah, apparently.
Do what now?
Do you have anything bonus action related or anything else you want to do? Movement or...
No, I mean, I can craft a turret, but that takes like an hour.
I would imagine you probably would have one on you.
Everything else is kind of... okay.
I mean,
well,
unless they
if
only
that's
last
the
so...
case-
Yeah, unless they only last so long, I wouldn't see any reason why you wouldn't have crafted one before you came into this place.
I will say I certainly assumed that for my mechanist with my turret. So.
Yes. It's already established as a thing, so yeah, absolutely.
Well, my bad, guys.
You're good. If you want to take a moment and read up on it, then we can come back to you.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. All right, so as Hector is getting out his turret and deploying it, we'll get the rolls from that here in just a second. It is Geo's turn.
All right. So after telling the spider turret to continue its movement and to also fire again at the remaining troll. So I'll roll that one. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna, without moving, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this because of where it is.
Oh my goodness,
Do you see that? Can you see that number? That's
No.
I can't believe.
Is it a 20?
I feel bad. Yeah, it's another freaking 20.
Don't feel bad, feel great.
I don't know. Like I don't know. It's okay. So he's gonna do his D8 again. Oh, God, these dice. All right, well, it's only 7 that time. So it's a 7 plus my intelligence. So it's 10 points of damage plus 11 points of damage. So 21.
Okay. Yeah, the troll said.
Fuck you, Austin.
Wow, sounds a lot like my brother. So the other thing that I will do, so Geo is still like, kind of pushed against the ceiling, and he'll kind of like push himself up, using however much of his movement to stand straight. And he'll take a deep breath, and he'll use his arc tool to toss out this small thing and activate it. And it's this little ball with a with like one of those Astra vials inside of it, and he'll cast his arc mesh. Oh God, what's the name of it? Arc mesh drone, I think. Arc mesh drone, yeah. So I get to basically pick a creature. Based on the back of the Harbinger book, it looks like it's going to be a Fade Weaver droid because that's the only thing that matches the requirements, which is fine with me.
Okay.
So this little holographic Astra wreathed creature with like kind of a small metallic skeleton starts climbing across the wall. It also has spider climb, which works out for me since I'm on the ceiling. And I'll command that to fire its web. It's Astra web because it has that, and that's a ranged weapon. So it'll restrain the thing if it
Okay.
It says ranged weapon +6 to hit one creature. Hit the target is restrained by webbing at the start of each of their turns. An affected creature must succeed on a DC 12 Constitution saving throw or increase their Astra Fade by 1. As an action, the restrained target can make a DC 12 strength check, bursting the webbing.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be for the attack. I think it uses my intelligence, or no, my it's the same 6. So it's going to be a 20 to hit overall.
That will hit.
Awesome. So he is restrained by webbing and everything else I said. It's
Okay.
it has this recharge 5/6. Does that mean I roll a particular
Roll a D. You roll a D6. Mm-hmm. And if you have a 5 or 6, then he can do that again next round if he wants.
Okay, he cannot. I rolled a 1.
Okay. So basically, just on each of your turns,
Good
just
dice
roll
can't
that
be great
again.
all the time.
So just on each of your turns, just roll that D6 again to see if and when he recharges it.
Oh, okay, cool. And then I also have to, that puts me over my Astra Fade limit by 2.
Oh.
So I roll once more, and this time I got a 3.
Get back to the chart.
Which reflects it's slowed. Reduce
you
my
have it.
armor
Good
class
job.
by 1 until the start of my next turn.
Okay. Good to know. All right.
Okay. And then I think that's all I can do because that was an action and a bonus action. And
Yep.
most of my move.
Okay. So that
and
was
I
Geo.
have the stats for my
Yes. Excellent. Good.
turret.
So you have tossed out your turret.
And he does 1d8 plus my intelligence modifier.
Okay. I think he has to make an attack roll
And that
still.
is... Oh, there you go. Yeah. Let's see. It does not tell me what his attack is.
Austin just used it. Austin, what
Tells
is
me
it?
what his AC is.
Do you have the calculation for that somewhere?
Okay. Which kind of turret is it? The sentry spider or spider? So it's going to be.
Yeah.
I think it uses your in. Oh,
Maybe
geez.
intelligence modifier?
Oh, its attack modifier is your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay, cool. So it's going to be, let's see.
Proficiency is a 3, and then whatever your intelligence modifier is.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a 13.
13 total.
Yep, you got it.
Okay, so unfortunately, again, this shot ricochets off of the exterior of this troll's armor and is not able to bypass his defenses. Okay, that was Hector and Geo. Okay, Gideon, it is your turn.
I begin to curse. I begin to curse and kick the ground.
That's fair. That's very fair. All right, Gideon, you're up.
So this like doorway, how far am I from that with her?
You're just outside of the doorway, so the moment you start moving again, you're going to be passing through it.
I guess I'm gonna at least try to get her around the doorway on the way out.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
How's this one looking? The remaining one?
He's injured, but not a lot. The other one took a lot of abuse before it went down.
Man, I haven't threatened it yet. I don't know if there's something inside. Will my character know if there's like a person inside or if it's
You're fairly certain that there is.
autumn? So maybe if I just don't. I guess I'm gonna stop before I move with her and use my pistol and shoot it. I think that's what it is. It is
Okay. No?
A light pistol, yeah.
Okay. What you got?
A 21 to hit.
That will do it. So go ahead and roll your damage.
8 piercing damage.
Okay. 8 piercing. He is
And then I'll
definitely still kicking.
Just pop him in the back and then move out as far as I can with her back towards the way we came.
So yeah, you're able to kind of drag her about 15 more feet away from this room, this door. Having taken a shot, you're not able to get her quite as far as you did just the moment before, but you are putting some distance between you now. You can see ahead that there is enough water that has flooded in here that soon you might be able to float this mirror a good distance back towards the opening in this building. Sorry, Austin, go ahead.
And Gideon, you would hear just through the whisper link very quietly,
If you get surrounded, take her out.
I'm here for the mirror.
Okay, that was Gideon. Doc, your turn.
Doc is going to take his scatgun. He's going to aim at this one, and he's going to take a shot. I guess he's going to try and aim for the same spot as last time. I mean, seemed to work.
Sure thing.
See if he can hit it. No, not this time. He fires and hits. It probably hits the wall where Gideon has just disappeared around, and he Doc kind of cringes, like because it was pretty close. I got an 11 on the hit.
Indeed.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to use my Revitalize on myself this time. I can boost it by 1, but then because of my Cobalt, Cabal of the Cobalt Tide, I get to reduce the Astrofade of the spell. So it still only costs me 1. So I can cast it pretty much for free because I can reduce my Astrofade with the Revitalize. It's complicated. It works.
I trust you.
So, yeah, I get 5 back, and it doesn't reduce my. It doesn't do any harm to my Astrofade.
Excellent.
And that will be my turn as I'm staying prone, slowly trying to heal the buckshot wounds that I've got, probably maybe even in my ass, cheeks, and stuff.
Definitely.
And that's my turn.
Okay. That's Doc. That's going to bring us back to the top of the round with Blaze.
Let me quickly check the action economy on an ability I just thought about.
Sure thing. Mm-hmm.
Got to get up to my class features.
Jeremy, when I make a melee attack, that's my proficiency bonus and my strength modifier?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Add it to your D20 roll. Yeah.
All right, sweet. Yeah.
If it's a dagger, then or a short blade, then it can be dex instead of strength.
Right. Yeah, if it has finesse on it.
Okay. So I'm going to, as a bonus action, hopefully this doesn't backfire on me, I'm going to activate my augment weapon ability. And I'm going to wreath my carbine in magenta Astra. There is like the wires on the sides of the carbine start glowing magenta. So I'm going to get a +1 to my attack roll for a minute. And the next attack that hits is going to get an extra D6 damage. But that does increase my Astrofade.
In addition, he is restrained currently, so you have advantage against against him.
Okay, so I am 4 over my fade limit right now.
Ooh, okay. I think that's a D8 still.
It's a D8. So here's the D8 roll. 3. Let me get back to the chart. 3 is.
That's a good one. Next attack, which you hit, deals 1 additional damage die.
Oh,
that's
okay.
Pretty sweet.
Wow.
So the first. Okay, so the first attack, you said I have advantage on these?
Yes, because of his restrained condition.
Okay, so the first attack is probably not going to hit. That's a 14.
No, that won't be enough to bypass his armor, fortunately.
Okay, the second attack. That's better. That's going to be a 25.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so this attack does 2d10. I'm shooting. Is the particle barrier is still up, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I should have actually.
Who is it? Concentration based?
It is concentration.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you took 20.
I got a 24. That. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All good.
All right. So D4 for that, and then the D6 for the red Astra or the magenta Astra wreath.
Good night. Okay.
So So some of those were kind of low. Let's see, there's 4. That is 18 damage. No, 19. Is it 19 damage? No, 18 damage.
Okay. Again, he's still up, but this rips into him. Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and use my reaction and mark him as well.
Okay.
So even if the webs get destroyed, he still marks, so you'll still have advantage, and he can't dodge, disengage, or hide.
Excellent. Once again, he's kind of wreathed in this this kind of chartreuse glow from the yellow Astra. Okay, so yeah, like I said, this hit rocks him, Blaze, and if it weren't for the webbing, it might have actually taken him down to a knee. However, he's kind of held fast, and he just seems to recoil from it and slowly kind of recover, and he seems like he's definitely still intent on fighting. He has turned towards where Gideon is moving.
Citizen, stop. You are in possession of stolen goods. Put down the power core and the mirrors and walk away.
It is his turn. He is going to, while he is saying this, con check. That's the first thing he has to do.
Yeah, at the start of each of their turns, must succeed on a DC 12 con saving throw or increase their astrofade by 1.
Okay, so he is proficient in Constitution saves. We'll see. He's got a +6. But he rolled a 1, so he failed. So his astrofade goes up by 1. This is the guy that did do the spray attack, so that puts him at a 3. He's still he is still not at his limit quite yet. Okay. It is his turn. However, this is the thing that you guys did not get to notice last time because he wasn't hurt. You watch as the green Astra from his tanks on his back kind of roil and bubble, and you can watch the level of them reduce just a little, and he is going to heal 10 points as this green Astra knits some of his wounds closed. Strength check of 12 to escape the webbing. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah. All right. So he issues this ultimatum in the direction of Gideon, and he basically just hulks himself out of this web of Astra. He just throws both of his arms kind of wide, and the Astra is undone and becomes just nothing more than kind of wispy smoke as it kind of dissipates, and he is now free once again. He is also going to take a bonus action, and you can watch the lines of lime green glow on his juiced heavy repeater that had emptied after he had sprayed now refill. He is reloaded. Hector, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to do what I normally do, which is whack him again. And my little spider drone's going to shoot him.
Excellent.
Oh, yay. Oh, man. What a fun night. That's a 1 for the hoverboard attack.
God. Oh,
It's
man.
advantage though, right?
Yes. Because of Blaze's tracer round thing.
Those are the mark. Yes.
Yep, the mark.
Oh, I get
Okay.
advantage.
Yep, you have advantage on him.
Oh, nice. Set still 13, so that's a no.
God damn it. Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie. Okay. Yeah, it glances off of his armor.
It's okay.
This poor
And
poor exercise in futility. Hector is just like water against a jetty.
the spider droid also didn't hit. I think it's like
God.
a 14.
No, that's not enough, unfortunately.
I'm gonna actually stop now and just start walking away with like just disheveled and kind of indifferent at this point.
You know what? I'm not even gonna have him take the opportunity attack swing at you for leaving engagement with him. Yeah. I mean, his attention's pretty much on Gideon. Apparently, I guess maybe he wrote Hector off a couple of seconds ago. Unfortunately. Oh man,
I was a
awful.
legit threat up to that point.
I'll have you know. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry. Okay, that was Hector. Geo, it is your turn.
Okay, well, I've got two little buddies out. Might as well go for the hat trick. And I'm going to, since I got my turret and my Archmesh drone, now, stop me if I'm wrong. Can I cast? I have the sorry, not the Archmesh drone. Currently, I have the Archmesh replica out. Can I have an Archmesh replica, an Archmesh drone, and a turret all at once? Or is that? I don't see anything. It's an Airbud situation. I don't see anything in the rules that says specifically no for this. It says you can't do the same one multiple times, but
to me, if it says specifically you can't do the same one multiple times, it sounds like you can have one of each. That's the ruling I would make without reading into the full thing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I will foolishly increase my Astrofade by one more.
What could go wrong?
That in a second, and cast an Archmesh drone. And since that one can fly, I'm just gonna kind of drop this little canister with this metal coating around it. Just drop it straight down so it kind of springs these wings out about 10 feet below me, and have that move down to try to get kind of behind it as well. And then I'm also going to have both of my other creatures move, and with recharge, is that at the beginning of a turn or at the end of a turn?
So the turn that you used it in, you rolled. So you'll roll at the end of your turn. Just as long as you're consistent,
okay,
is the only thing.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm gonna have the. I'll set that aside. I got a 6 on my Astrofade, but I'm gonna have the turret roll. The turret got a 21 to hit.
Yes, we'll hit.
Okay, and a 4 points of damage.
4 points.
Okay. And the other guy, how far away am I from this troll? Or because I had the Archmesh replica moved about 30,
you had it moved towards the door.
40 feet.
Right?
No, I had the drone, the Archmesh replica, the Fade Weaver drone, moved towards it, trying to get behind it. The turret and the drone. So it moved 40 feet away from me, closer to this thing, trying to climb down the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Also, how tall is this room? I'm basically just trying to figure out how long it'll take the Archmesh replica to get there. He has 40 feet per turn, and he started next to me on the ceiling, moved basically his whole 40 feet towards him last turn.
Okay. So I would say that if he moved 30 last turn across the ceiling, he would have been at the wall. So then he would be 10 feet down the wall at that point. The ceiling is about 30 feet as well. So if you moved 40 additional feet this round, the 30 feet would bring him all the way down. No, the additional 20 feet would bring him to the floor, and he'd still have 20 feet of movement.
Perfect. I just want to get him right behind the troll so he can make a bite attack.
Yeah, this troll never entered the room fully, so I mean, he's almost just kind of in the doorway, so he's definitely within range of that.
Okay. So I just rolled a 20 for his bite attack.
Austin?
Because I'm on fire tonight.
Fuck you, Austin.
Dude, you know that I roll low when we're playing games,
Dude,
so like I'm telling you the truth.
And that's exactly why I can say that to you.
I've failed some very important things.
Again, I trust you. I'm just messing.
So his damage is going to be a D6 plus.
I mean, the button's right there. Why wouldn't I?
So 9. Oh my god. 17 points of damage from this bite attack.
Okay. Another big hit to this this troll, but he is still kicking. You're muted.
And now the bad news, I am stunned on the ceiling. My astropade goes down by 1. But
You're stunned.
I am stunned on the ceiling.
Okay. All right. That was Geo. It is now Gideon's turn.
Did this thing make it into the hallway where I have line of sight on it in any way?
I mean, you have line of sight through the doorway at it, but it has not passed through the doorway yet.
I'll shoot at it again.
Okay.
Or attempt to hit
Sure.
it, and as 13.
Unfortunately, not. Glances off of his armor. Will not deal to him any damage.
And then I'll just continue to move away from him out the way we came in.
Yep. So at this point, you have managed to get this mirror effectively floating. It's not floating in much water. I would say maybe 4 or 5 inches at the most. Again, it was like shin deep in here. And you are able to basically float her on these parabola mirrors instead of having to drag her across the ground. So instead of moving 15 feet, you're able to do 20. Okay.
In subsequent turns, right?
On this turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go as far as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I have my grab boots on. If they weren't on before, they are now, especially going to this water.
Yeah, so you're kind of splashing through, and I imagine the grav boots have like an Astra glow to them, almost in their heels. And I watch The Expanse, so that's definitely kind of where my mind goes. Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I think about it. So, okay, so Gideon is kind of marching into this water, dragging her floating kind of behind him. Doc, you're up.
Doc is gonna take a shot. He's gonna aim for them tanks, see if he can get them to explode again. Make sure he doesn't heal. 26 to hit or 12 damage, do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. 12 damage. That's another solid hit.
Maybe not a concentrated hit, but it's like wraps across the back of this thing. And then just do another revitalize on myself to try and keep ticking me off.
Absolutely. Excellent. Another powerful shot from.
And that is.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's me done. Yeah, no, and that's my turn.
Okay, cool.
Just staying behind my wall at the moment.
Sure thing. So yeah, Doc shooting himself up back there using his breather, taking another shot. It is another significant hit by Doc Murdoch. However, this bastard is still in this fight. These things are built for this kind of task, it seems. We're back around to the top. Blaze.
I'm just gonna take my 2 shots. First shot is 16.
That is the magic number.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and roll the second attack.
Sure.
That one's not a hit. Okay. So 15 damage.
You still getting that extra D4, by the way?
The D4 and the D6 for my augment weapon as well.
Yes, that's right. Excellent. Okay.
Oh, and actually that's not 15 damage, that's 19 damage.
Blaze, how do you kill this troll?
He lines up a shot and he takes a shot, and I think about this time it kind of moves out of the way just slightly, and the shark goes a little wide, and so he recenters the shot and really pumps that extra magenta Astra in, and he takes the shot. It hits right in the tank, because this thing's turned around backwards, right? Looking out the door.
Yes.
So it hits right at one of those Astra tanks on his back, and kind of ruptures it, but it ruptures it in a way that it leaks into the suit, not just it doesn't just explode outward, but it implodes on itself. And the green and the red Astra mixing together is not a good combination in this instance.
Absolutely, and much the same as we saw with the first of these trolls whenever it went down under the firing of Doc Murdoch. The magenta Astra mixes, kind of overpowers the lime green color of the interior of the suit. It seizes up, takes like 2 stumbling steps in Gideon's direction, and then falls over into the hole that was made to enter through this doorway. And is not moving. The 5 of you are now easily able to exit this facility quickly, floating this poor Mancer out on these mirrors and in formation, limping along, some of you perhaps, but victorious all the same. And as we watch the 5 of you exiting this facility, we see 4 Archon class void ships that enter the atmosphere above the fringes of Chrome City. They come in for a landing in the shadow of a motionless orbital defense cannon. Gentlemen, that's all I've got. So, thank you so much for playing this evening. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I love Chrome City so much. I love Harbinger. As Cole pointed out in the chat, the attacks in Harbinger they feel right. They feel good and powerful for characters, especially at this level. So, yeah, I'm absolutely delighted. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can do any kind of outros that they would like, say anything that they want in parting, and then we're going to call it an evening. So we're going to start in reverse order. On this side, we're going to start with Kevin.
I appreciate that, Jeremy, as it is rather late for myself, or shall I say rather early. Thank you for running another game for me. Brilliant. Really appreciate that. Thanks, guys, for playing as well. Enjoyed playing with you guys. Chad, good to see you again. Make sure you follow Jeremy's channel. He runs lots of flavorful games, some of his own settings, as well as Harbinger in Chrome City. Follow the AbTab group. There are many other brilliant creators on the AbTab group, as well as just a really good, inclusive community for you to get involved in as well. So, yeah, by all means, follow them. If these guys have got channels as well, make sure you follow along with these guys and their games and stuff like that as well. So, Jeremy, I'm going to say thank you very much again. And if you don't mind, I'm going to jump off the call. But thanks a lot for playing, you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us. It was very appreciated. It was fantastic to have you back again. So I bid you a good day, sir. Thank you so much for staying up late with us. I hope you don't pay for it.
No, my pleasure. I've got to sleep in tomorrow, so it's all good.
Good. All right, man. Good night. Everyone else, as far as... Oh, yes, I want to echo what he said about AbTab. Go check out the Absolute Tabletop official Facebook group. I think Chad mentioned it also at the top of the game. Like Kevin said, it is a phenomenal group of people. Very talented, very creative, but also very inclusive, warm, welcoming, more than willing to answer questions and provide feedback. And there are games there that are run all the time. You can find fantastic groups of people to play with. So go check it out. I highly recommend it as well. Speaking of highly recommended, next we have Austin.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much for including me in this. And I mean, I will also echo what everyone says about AbTab. It's a great place. It's literally the nicest place on the internet that I've found. It's like, and I would say it's also like militantly kind. Like, be kind or GTFO. And that is an attitude that I'm here for in 2021. So, I just want to say thank you so much. Anytime you need a fill-in player, you know who to ask, because I am always down for Jeremy game. And Jeremy, I knew I made the right decision as soon as that thing popped up with that voice in your freaking mouth behind Jeff Goldblum. And I was so happy. I love that so much. You always put in the extra effort and go that extra mile, and it makes your games so damn fun. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Austin. Thank you, man. Yeah, I had that thought, and I was like, man, I don't know if this gag is too far. Like, I'm not sure. So I'm glad that I went with it. I'm glad that it played. And yeah, dude. Again, as Austin has said, AbTab, please go check it out. Anybody else who has a channel that is listed below, also please do go check them out. Fantastic people, one and all. And speaking of being fantastic, thank you from the bottom of my heart to both DJ and Austin for stepping in at the last minute this evening. We had 2 players who were not able to make it as of today, and they were willing and able and available, thankfully, to be able to not only play, but to create characters in the very short time period before the game. And yeah, it turned out fantastic. So thank you guys, both of you, very much for being willing to step in. Next up, we have Carrie. Oh, his camera's
Hey
off, so it's
guys,
fine.
had a blast. Jeremy, you're awesome as usual. And yeah, man. Hopefully we get to play a lot more games. So enjoyed Austin and everyone else. So it was hopefully something we can do again.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for coming along and playing. I'll be glad to have you in games going forward as well. It was a lot of fun. Even if poor Hector was not able to hit anything with his board, it was still a really cool, fun character concept, and it just happens.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Well, we'll see you in the morning, bro.
Absolutely. All right, good night to you as well, Carrie. Next up, we have Chad.
That's me. Most of my stuff on my channel I don't really plug because it's just me playing and not really hosting. So it's usually just like a link to great people like Jeremy who run games for awesome games like this through the Absolute Tabletop group. So like I gotta echo it just one more time. Go and check it out. You can get in games like these, like us folks did, or try something like running your own. It's not always D&D. This is Harbinger. It's a mix of D&D in a different setting. There's other people running other things that more simpler, something that's more complicated, whatever. It's a whole bag of tricks in there. Come check it out. But that's me. Thank you for having me as always. It was a pleasure to do like a part 2 to what we started during AtCon. And so it was great to be a part of this and that, and always. And I think I'll see you in like a month if I don't talk to you anytime sooner than that. So thank you very much.
Awesome, Chad. Thank you so much, brother, for coming on and reprising the game, even if it was a different character. Just as interesting and awesome to see you flex. So always great to have you on, man. Appreciate it. All right. Last but certainly not least, we have DJ.
Thank you, Jeremy, for running this. This was awesome. It's a great chance for me to be able to play some Harbinger and shoot some stuff. And I've enjoyed every game I've got to play, either play with you as a player or if you've been running run games for me. I think of all the games I've played in online, you've been in all of them but one, and that was a Matt Click game. So I enjoyed this. I will say, I didn't mention this earlier, it didn't really matter, but this is a great way to end my birthday. That was a great kind of awesome thing. So I enjoyed it a lot and hope to play with you some more. And I love the setting. I love the Chrome City. I love the cyberpunk and I love it. It's great. And I'm going to plug this. If you have not checked out any of Jeremy's Expedition Engine rule sets, you need to do that. I've recently gotten my local group into playing some Expedition Engine games, and they have fallen in love with it. Super streamlined, super fun, very setting agnostic, and it's a lot of fun. So check that out for him. Thanks for having me,
dude. That's huge. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Yeah, Expedition Engine is something, another thing that is very near and dear to my heart. So I'm very, very happy to hear that there are other people out there who are running it and playing it and who are finding it enjoyable. It makes me very, very happy. And same, Chrome City is just, it's just exactly what I need. Sometimes, it's a good palate cleanser for D&D, even using very similar rules to D&D. It's a nice reset button for me as far as aesthetic goes. And yeah, thank you so much, man, that coming along and playing again last minute and on your birthday. Happy birthday. I think I even wished you a happy birthday earlier because thankfully Facebook tells me when it's people's birthday. And I'm able to actually wish people a happy birthday on their birthday. But to get to play with them on their birthday, that's amazing. So happy birthday, DJ. Thank you so much for spending the evening of your birthday with us playing this game. That's amazing. So, well, everybody, like I said, whether you tuned in and watched along with us live this evening, or whether you are watching at some point in the future, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so very much. I love running games. I love getting the chance to play with people. I love being able to world build and storytell, and all of that is made possible by the fantastic people in this community that I get the chance to play these games with, but also thanks to the people who are out there watching in and tuning in to this project, this YouTube channel that I've got going. So thank you. Yeah, I'm excited for the next one. Until then, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.